That is a huge part of what we want to be able to do. We have endowment levels for chairs and professorships that have not changed for almost 20 years. And so we're looking at the possibility of raising those at the end of the campaign. And so this will provide impetus for donors to think about establishing a chair or professorship while the campaign is still active. Nothing like incentives for people to make the decision quickly. The other thing that we're working on is matching funds. We know that this is something that will work very effectively in order to get people to establish chairs and professorships. So we very much want to see if we can develop some matching funds that would allow us to do that. And lastly, the gateways and grounds. That is an initiative in order to see during the remaining 15 months of the campaign if we're able to pick certain projects that will help transform the campus, the University of Houston campus, so that as students enter, as alumni enter, as faculty enter, that they know that they've arrived, that those gateways have meaning, and we can get that funded through donor dollars. The other aspect of this is clearly a part of the President's initiative for public art. The focus has been on Wilhelmina's Grove, which was funded through the campaign. The temporary public art campaign already funded through the campaign, but to build on that and to really get the public back into the public art program here. So those are all short-term objectives, some of which will obviously continue as the campaign's over, but we want to start those during the last 15 months. So we're at 1.023 billion and counting. And as I was listening to the last presentation, I was reminded that I would be remiss if I didn't tell you what our investment results are. So for every dollar that is invested in the campaign in advancement, you get $9 back. So that's a pretty good return, right? Wouldn't you admit? Anyway, thanks to everybody here who's made this campaign so successful to date. Happy to take any questions. Well, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add something.
Yes.
I just wanted to take a pause for a second and think about it where we were 7 years ago. I mean, there was a whole infrastructure that needed to be built. When I remember interviewing Eloise for the first time at a Starbucks, and I tried to sell her to come here to the University of Houston, had absolutely nothing to offer. I said, just come and be part of this dream. And we were at a Starbucks and never even ordered a coffee or tea or anything. We just got so involved, so engaged, and she came just behind just a dream and a vision. But she's done such hard work in developing the infrastructure, in bringing the leadership in here, and there have been so many transformational gifts here, and for every single one, I mean, I see many, and I'm involved in several, but it's unbelievable to see the commitment of the staff, the team, and the engagement. So I just wanted to acknowledge in that historical context the monumental thing that we've done here, raised $1 billion 18 months ahead of time, and we think we can do 3 of these other initiatives as well. So thank you, Eloise.
Thank you for your kind words. It's a dream
That's
job,
wonderful.
as
Thank
you would
you very
expect.
much. I have a challenge for you. Starbucks. I heard Starbucks 3-4 times. They can be our good partner. We need to partner with them.
You've thrown down the gauntlet. We'll
Just
take
like
it.
this.
Thank you.
They are our partners, so we want Starbucks to be our partner.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Bryce, thank you very much. This item was presented for information only and no committee action is required. At this time, I would now like to move to the next item listed on your agenda, Section 3, the executive session. The committee will now go into executive session pursuant to the section of the Texas Education Code listed on page 2 of your agenda.
We should be fine.
NCAA has appointed University of Houston President Renu Couture to serve on its Division I Board of Directors. The board provides strategic direction and oversight of committees responsible for academic policies and standards, infractions appeals, and day-to-day decision-making, while also engaging presidential leadership from member institutions. UH men's basketball coach Kelvin Sampson is the American Athletic Conference Basketball Coach of the Year and one of 4 finalists for the Naismith National Coach of the Year Award. Sampson led the Cougars to a 31-3 record, the program's first outright regular season conference championship since 1984, and a number 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. And 11 graduate programs at the University of Houston has been ranked as top 50 programs in their disciplines in the 2020 U.S. News & World Report Graduate Program Rankings. The UH Law Center has 3 top 10 programs and 7 in the top 50. The Graduate College of Social Work was ranked 22nd, and 3 Cullen College of Engineering programs cracked the top 50. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe. Governor Greg Abbott has signed a bill to add the University of Houston College of Medicine to the Texas Education Code. This formal recognition in state statute authorizes public university systems to approve curricula, operational protocols, and allows eligibility for state funding. UH hopes to admit its first class of medical students in fall 2020, pending federal accreditation. The University of Houston College of Nursing received a $3.5 million donation from HCA Houston Healthcare to benefit faculty, staff, and students at the college's future location in Katy and its current home in Sugar Land. The gift funds a faculty endowment, an endowed professorship, and a nursing simulation center in Katy to give students hands-on training. Senior graphic design students are teaming up with well-known graffiti artist Gonzo247 to beautify the Cullen Boulevard I-45 underpass. The project covers 22 pillars of the underpass, with designs that symbolize the rich history of the 3rd Ward, Edo, Eastwood, and UH. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe. University of Houston system set out to raise $1 billion and did it 18 months ahead of schedule. Almost 179,000 donors have donated to the Here We Go campaign. Building on the momentum, the campaign will now go beyond the billion before concluding in 2020. The strategic focus of continued fundraising centers on scholarships, endowed professorships, and campus identity projects. Psychology professor Clayton Neighbors believes cognitive dissonance can help curb college drinking. In a new study, heavy drinking students give advice about drinking to younger students, and it's posted online. He thinks the heavy drinkers will actually then drink less because they won't want to be hypocritical of their own advice. And fueled by labor shortages, experts predict that robots will make up 25% of the hospitality workforce by 2030. Companies that embrace the new technology will have a competitive advantage, according to a new study by researchers at the Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant Management. New service systems will learn from consumer behavior, increasing efficiency and enhancing the experience.
This is our city. This is our university. This is SITE, the Cougar Initiative to Engage. The University of Houston has developed SITE as part of the university's accreditation process. This Quality Enhancement Plan, or QEP, will create a learning environment which meaningfully engages local and global communities. SITE will improve students' professional skills like problem solving, communication, teamwork, and cultural competence. SITE will link classroom learning with the world through co-curricular activities such as internships, learning abroad, research, and service learning. SITE will increase the number and the quality of co-curricular activities, preparing students for the workforce and a lifetime of engagement. Through SITE, the University of Houston will enable students to lead and serve in their community, their city, and the world.
After a record-setting year, Kelvin Sampson has signed a contract extension to remain head coach of the University of Houston men's basketball team through 2025. Sampson led UH to 33 wins, the first outright conference title since 1984, and the team's first trip to the Sweet 16 in over 35 years. The Hilton University of Houston is getting a $30.4 million expansion and renovation. A 5-story tower with 71 guest rooms will be added, nearly doubling the total number of rooms. The expansion also includes more meeting and event spaces. The Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant Management is the only hospitality program in the world where students work and take classes in an internationally branded, full-service hotel. And the UH American Sign Language Interpreting Program brought a first-of-its-kind experience to deaf art lovers. Senior-level students interpreted a docent-led tour for deaf patrons at the Museum of Fine Arts Houston. The UH students researched facts about the artwork and developed talking points with the docents for the tour. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
Connecting with the students is one of the main reasons I like teaching. It's really what I look forward to every day. With these connections that you build with the kids, you kind of feel like it's almost like a family.
What I love most about teaching is that aha moments my students get when I got it.
Teach Forward is a program. It's for HISD graduates. We graduated through HISD, and then we go to UH and we earn our college degree, and we come back to HISD to teach, and they'll help reimburse us for some of our schooling.
Thanks to Teach Forward Houston, I'm able to join forces with U of H, get all this knowledge, and then give back to HISD.
It's an awesome program. A lot of support coming from HISD and UH.
They help me financially, they help me with connections to schools, connections to principals, guaranteed tuition paid, and then have a guaranteed job.
Houston's my home. It's been my home since I was born, and I really want to come back and impact the area that I'm my home. I want to provide the opportunities for the students that live where I'm from, and know that a lot of these students really need the help and provide support for them.
They helped raise me, so it's like, why not give back and help raise others so that we could stay here and we could just grow as a big family.
Dana Holgerson is the new University of Houston head football coach. Widely regarded as one of the top offensive minds in the country, Holgerson returns to UH after 8 seasons at West Virginia, where he was the second winningest head coach in program history. Holgerson was the UH offensive coordinator in 2008 and 2009 and is now the 15th head coach in UH history. Nearsightedness is increasing at an alarming rate according to the World Health Organization. In response, the University Eye Institute is offering a myopia management service to correct and manage nearsightedness in children, the age when the condition can rapidly progress. Treatments include special contact lenses worn at night to reshape the eye and slow the progression of myopia. The program is the first of its kind in Texas. And one of the world's leading abstract painters is displaying her work at Blaffer Art Museum. The exhibit features 10 large-scale paintings by Rebecca Morris, marking the first time the Guggenheim Fellows' work has ever been displayed in Texas. The museum is open 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday, and admission is free. The exhibit runs through March 16th. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
I had bankers in, we were at 10:30 last night, we went down there at 8. No. Because you can order food from Kraft, you can order food, you can order blue cheese, you can order smashed ribs, I mean, that's what it's like.
They were like confused. Oh, now I can drink because the granddaughter is born already. So now I can drink.
Okay.
So it's like to see it better. Oh, no, I was just
I don't see the television people. Let me go see if I can find them.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait for you.
Peter, I saw in an obituary your name. Was that another Peter?
No, that was me. That was,
Yeah. So what's the connection?
he was my father-in-law. Like best friend.
Oh, right. He seemed like a unique man. Yeah, I did. So what? Okay. Why were you mentioned in the obituary? I saw that.
That's part of what's I do know this. Well, my dad's now. Not sad.
There's only one Tillman for Tita. I think that's it.
If there's another, you're going to hog up all my They were down, where they couldn't hear, so they're on the way.
Let me tell you something. I just go out and tell everybody.
Oh, yeah. During some training session, I didn't know where you'd be. So we'll have it now.
But if you're a person out there, you're doing anything, you're all over.
They're trying to do the screen. TV people are not here yet.
I make people search Google all the time.
He told me not to.
If you do anything bad, it's going to be in Google.
Yeah. Now they're here.
Google TIL and my name, pepper, just like you left it.
Yeah, well, especially because they have it by geolocation, such as one more
I would like to reconvene the Endowment Management Committee meeting. The regents met in executive session and discussed contract matters with the General Counsel. There was no action taken in the executive session. After the various discussions by the committee in the executive session, the following recommendations and approval is as follows. Number one, approval is requested to modify the contract with Cambridge Associates LLC and delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute the amended restated contract to provide investment advisory services for the University of Houston system, University of US system. May I have a motion to approve this item, please? Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Thank you. All in favor?
All right.
Thank you. This item is hereby approved by the committee. Following the approval of this item, I would now like to place the following two action items on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda. Number one, approval is requested of the U.S. System Endowment Fund, Statement of Investment Objectives and Policies, U.S. System, and number two, approval is requested to modify the contract with Cambridge Associates LLC and delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute the amended and restated contract to provide investment advisory services to the University of Houston system, US system. May I have a motion to place these two items on the board's consent docket agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. These two items will be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at the Board of Regents meeting that will be held later today, May 16th, 2019. Does anyone have any further questions? If not, there being no further business to come before this committee is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to roll right into audit because we're a little behind. So, Don and Russ. And Doug's good on that. Yes. Doug's good on seeing everything.
And here,
I work this. Yeah, but I'm gonna get going with this.
What's his camera view?
Oh, I don't know which, it's one of the
Okay.
they have going on.
All right. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. As chair of this committee, I'd like to call to order the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. We have one action item for the committee's approval and 7 informational items that are listed on the Audit and Compliance Committee's agenda today. I'd now like to move to the first item for the committee's approval, item B, approval of the Audit and Compliance Committee minutes from the February 28, 2019 meeting. Does anyone have any corrections to these minutes? Do I hear a motion to approve these minutes as distributed?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. The minutes from the February 28, 2019 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting are hereby approved. All right, all remaining items presented today will be for information only. Our Chief Audit Executive, Mr. Don Guyton, will be presenting these items, and if anyone has any questions during his presentations, please let me know. Mr. Guyton, will you please proceed with your presentations?
Yes, sir. We had no open points from the February 2019 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. Item C on page 6 of your iPad refers to the UHS Public Media Independent Auditor's Report and Financial Statements for FY 2018. You've been provided with the bio of the BKD engagement personnel, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Brian Kruger, who will present these financial statements of BKD.
Good morning, Regents.
Morning.
It's my pleasure to be with you again this morning. A couple of brief comments on our audit of Houston Public Media. We did render an unmodified audit opinion. You do have these attachment C2, I guess, to your agenda items. The financial statements do have a significant change from the prior year. The The stations were required to adopt GASB 75, new accounting standard relating to other post-employment benefits for this fiscal year. So there's a restatement in the financials because of that. Did restate beginning net position to the tune of about $2.4 million. There's some new disclosures in the footnotes specific to the other post-employment benefit plans as well. Some good news to share. Stations were able to reduce the liability back to the university that's been carried for a number of years. That actually reduced about $2.75 million from prior years, so definitely moving in the right direction. Financial statements also show a positive change in net position, net income of about $2.4 million. And if you look back 2 years ago, the stations showed a loss of about $6 million. So definitely starting to turn the corner and a good trend going on there. Within the packet as well, towards the back, is our communication letter to the Board of Regents. That starts on page 57 out of 63. Within that communication letter, we are addressing the significant estimates that are included within public media's financial statements, the significant disclosures within there as well, which does include the adoption of the new governmental standard, GASB 75. Talks a little about proposed and past audit adjustment. There was one very small immaterial past adjustment during our audit procedures. We also talk about the various significant issues we discussed with the managements of the station, primarily the new standard. And then there also in that letter, we do disclose a significant deficiency in internal control. Related to the adoption of the new standard, there was a little glitch in the allocation specific to public media that was corrected as part of the audit procedures. Again, really related to the one-time adoption here, I don't foresee that being a continuing issue. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I don't have any. Oh, you need to get help?
Thank you, Mr.
Very good.
President.
Thank
Yeah,
you very
we're good,
much.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Would like to introduce Jim McShann to discuss a couple of initiatives that public media has initiated.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Just wanted to give you guys a quick update. So again, this is the second year in a row that they've not had a deficit, and this is the first time, as far as any of us know, maybe ever, which is a great thing. Lisa's done a great job with that. In addition, we're setting things up in such a way that their new tower is going to end up costing about $5 million. Historically, we'd have been wandering around here trying to find $5 million. Well, they've developed a reserve of about $3.7 million already, and the way gifts are coming in, they fully expect to be able to cover that whenever the bills come due over the next year or two. So right now, we're setting up so they can operate as a business without this debt killing them, while there's a plan to pay the debt off. And as was recommended, I believe, by Regent Madison last year, we've looked for opportunities to utilize the services of HPM to benefit the university and then compensate HPM for those activities. There's a number of things. We actually, they're great locations for some of our IT facilities as well as our Office of Emergency Management. We actually have those people over there. So we lease, they're a separately funded facility. They paid for it. They paid the utilities. So we in turn lease space from them, the university, which works well. They're working on a campaign with Eloise, I believe, to do some promotion of the medical school over the next several years. In addition, one kind of exciting thing is as part of the new American Athletic Conference, we're required beginning next, I believe after the first of next year, start producing a certain number of athletic shows on our own. The way it works, I believe, is ESPN will provide the content, et cetera, but we've got to do the production of it. So athletics, Chris is working with Lisa. They seem to have a great setup. We have extra space now that KHOU has moved back to their own space, as they were with us for about a year and a half after Harvey, when their station was destroyed. So that's a good thing. And there's a lot of interaction between Lisa and Temple at the Valenti College, trying to get the students involved. Hopefully we'll have them involved in the athletics productions, et cetera, but they're also looking for other initiatives. But we've identified enough opportunities that in theory we could have the $8 million or so returned to the university by about 2028. So it's about a 10-year plan, but we were looking at $100,000 a year, so now we're really once we get this reserve behind us and actually start putting some of these additional monies into repaying the university with the activities we have going on, they should be on stable ground for the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Jim. I mean, obviously, I think I speak for the group that the Houston Public Media is a great asset, and we love listening to it and hearing from the University of Houston and everything they do. I think it helps not only helps us, but it's just an asset to the city and the region. For the newer regions, there had been some issues there, and there's some things that happened long ago that current management has had to kind of sort through financially. And from my perspective, they've done a good job getting the ship righted and sorting through some of that stuff with y'all's help. And so appreciate you, Jim. Appreciate if anyone's here from there, we thank you for what you do, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to see some kind of payout or payoff or some kind of return on the medical school campaign that Houston Public Media had. And also I would like to see some kind of number on Here We Go campaign. If it can be done, if there is an easy way to do it, it will be worthwhile to see it.
Mm-hmm. I think, thank you, Durga. That came up in our pre-meetings. Regent Agarwal had asked if there's a way to put a number in some way on the value that the endowment or the Here We Go campaign or the medical school initiative has received from its affiliation with the radio station.
And I think this is more of a going forward initiative than one that's historic, but I don't know, Eloise, if there would be a rational way to try to compare the coverage that we may get through HPM to the actual donations we may get in support of it.
I think going forward we can do that, but as you suggest, as a going forward, we're going to have an obligation to raise money for the operating expenses of the school. So it's really for that money, not for the initial coordinated raising for having raising money.
Public media, PBS.
I just generally think we got an enormous amount of goodwill in the public from that occasional hearing from the University of Houston on that station. I think people want to hear whether we can directly trace a contribution to a specific effort.
Is that right?
I think generally anybody that goes in with a request to a donor who has heard that and heard about the success already on the radio, they're going to be far more receptive. Whether that radio announcement was enough to initiate anybody picking up the phone is extremely doubtful to me, honestly. I think what it does is prepare the way for the people really making the big ask.
I think communications people may know how to come up with a value that they are adding. Maybe Lisa probably will know how.
I understand. That's good.
I mean, we do analyze the effect or the value of recognition in the public, in the media,
Right.
on various things. Like we have done the analysis on Sweet 16. What was that value and how many people we reached? But translating it directly into the money that's coming to the university is a tricky thing, simply because it's really, if you think about it, it's about momentum. A lot of people, they just believe the university is on the move, university is doing good things, that we can trust our money, and that's how they come in. And now they have been exposed to a variety of things, and I could probably give you several examples. So I don't know whether we can dissect exactly what Region Madison is saying, but for sure we can do this much as to what's the media value for different kinds of things. I think you do analyze, Lisa, right?
Yes. That's easier.
That we can do.
Great.
Okay. I mean, I wish I record the PBS News, nightly news, and I wish the lead-in always mentioned, because I think that's a specific audience for PBS. And it'd be great if that lead-in, we on that station, if that lead-in said just one thing about the U of H, just that the station is sponsored in our support of public announcements and programs. And that's a very specific audience. You understand what I'm saying?
I mean, last night I was at a dinner with several women, you know, that's the group, and they talked about public media, and immediately they turned and talked about Dana Holgerson. So it's very difficult to say, you know, it's just like everything they feel is on fire.
It's in the water.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Next item on the agenda, item D, refers to two state auditor reports. One of them is 19-315. That's the State of Texas federal portion of the statewide single audit, and the other is 19-555, the Texas financial portion of the statewide single audit. We have excerpts of the UH pieces out of these financial statements. For the financial aid report, we have a summary. It's on page 70 and 71 of your iPad. And this lists the key points in the report. And primarily, they perform follow-up procedures to see if their recommendations have been implemented. Many of those recommendations have been implemented. For those that have not, they have new estimated completion dates, and so they've made substantial progress since last year. The other report is the statewide financial single audit, and there was only one minor point in that, and that has already been corrected as noted in the report. Do you have any questions on those state auditor reports? Not, we'll move on to item E. This refers to the comptroller, state comptroller post-payment audit of the University of Houston. The scope of this audit included sample payroll, purchase, and travel transactions for UH for the 12-month period ending February 28, 2018. The purpose of the audit was to determine whether we were complying with applicable state laws. Auditors found no issues with purchase contracts, travel, grants, and property management transactions. The audit identified incorrect reporting to the statewide accounting system, incorrect longevity payment amounts, some missing dual employment forms and timesheets, and failure to update a signature card with the comptroller's office. There's a summary of the whole report on page 119 and 120, and it's, you can see that most of those areas are in green, fully compliant, with only a few minor areas noted on those that I just mentioned. These audits are performed every 2 to 3 years on all state agencies by the comptroller's office, and the report on UH Clear Lake should be in the agenda for our next meeting. We do not have an engagement started on UH Downtown or UH Victoria as yet, but I would assume those would start before too long. Do you have any questions on that report?
No.
If not, we'll move on to item F. This is on page 131 of your iPad. It refers to the institutional compliance status report for the 3 months ended March 31st, 2019. This report lists activities which include risk assessment, compliance audits, compliance committee meetings, risk mitigation, and hotline reports. The institutional compliance status report summarizes information provided by each institution for their compliance functions. We have nothing we need to highlight for you in this report. Normally, if we have new laws or regulations or other areas that would affect higher education, we'd bring that to your attention. Do you have any questions on that report? Not, we'll move on to item G. This refers to a presentation on the institutional compliance program, the federal sentencing guidelines. And then with Susan Coach, the UH Chief Compliance Officer, will present this item.
Good morning, everyone. I've been asked to give you a presentation on the federal sentencing guidelines, and this presentation will essentially focus on the applicability to the guidelines to organizations and how they're relevant to compliance and ethics programs. And so if, as you can see on the next slide, that So the federal sentencing guidelines overall is a large document. It's over 600 pages long, and it applies to what kind of sentencing parameters are out there to provide judges kind of guidelines in terms of sentencing for different criminal defendants. And so it's to provide uniformity. And what it is that in Chapter 8 of those guidelines pertains to organizations specifically. And that's what's going to be relevant to us and other institutions. And so it's important to note that organizations, like individuals, can be convicted of criminal conduct. And while you can't be imprisoned, organizations can be fined, there can be sentenced to probation and ordered to pay restitution. And the most commonly occurring offenses for organizations have been fraud, environmental violations, and tax violations. And so essentially, when you look at the federal sentencing guidelines for organizations, it's going to be a set of guidelines that help us understand what is going to be happening in terms of imposition of fines. And the judges are going to look at this. There's going to be a scale measuring culpability compared to mitigating factors. And there's going to be, actually, if you go back just one more slide, you'll see that there's really two purposes of the criminal sentencing and having kind of these guidelines. And it's really to offer uniformity as well as some deterrence efforts. So in terms of the relevance to our compliance programs, then essentially having this structural foundation of understanding, what's intended for mitigating factors, the federal sentencing guidelines for organizations actually sets up parameters for ways that an organization can actually be having a reduction in what the penalties are based on whether or not there's some type of effective compliance and ethics program in place. And essentially it's going to be actually considered a blueprint as to what you actually can do to have an effective compliance and ethics program. So as I kind of mentioned before, criminal liability can attach to organization. And what's interesting, it can happen if you have an employee who is acting within the scope of their employment and commits some type of criminal offense, even if it's contrary to the organization's policies and procedures, the organization itself can be held liable as well. And so because of this, the Commission attempted to alleviate some of the harshest aspects of this type of exposure by having a sentencing structure that takes into account some type of mitigating factor. And if the organization has in place a program that helps it prevent and detect fraud as well as other criminal activity, then that's something that actually can be an immense benefit when you're looking at these sentencing guidelines if you're the organization. And so the guidelines basically are saying that if you have an organization, if the organization has an effective compliance and ethics program in place, then the preventive and deterrent aspects are going to be taken into consideration, and it can really reduce the fines that are actually implemented, and it can be reduced up to 95%. So that's really going to be significant. And so, in other words, let's say that we have our university is charged with a violation of a federal environmental law, and we could raise an affirmative defense that we have this compliance effective program in place, and if it's actually found to show that our compliance and ethics program is effective, then our penalties can be reduced by up to 95%. So that's going to be, an enormous benefit for having one in place. And so what Chapter 8 does of the federal sentencing guidelines is, on the next slide, so it actually sets out kind of some guidelines and a blueprint in terms of what does this mean? What are they talking about when they say that there's going to be an effective program? And they really break it down into two areas. One has to prevent and detect criminal conduct, and then the other, it has to have promote an organizational culture that encourages ethical conduct and compliance with laws. And so these, as this slide shows, when it breaks it down into what does that mean to have this program that encourages ethical conduct and a commitment to compliance with laws, there's actually, I look at it as 8 fundamental elements. There's you might see sometimes where it's broken down into 7, but we go the extra mile. So this is actually breaking it down into even smaller elements so that we can actually really identify what's important And this is something that you can see is going to be really reflective of our compliance and ethics program. We want to make sure, you know, we have to have the appropriate policies in place, and we have to be able to have the education and training for our employees to know what those policies are, what the expectations are. There needs to be high-level oversight of the program. There needs to be periodic risk assessments that evaluate what the risks are in terms of what compliance with the law and compliance with all the different standards, as well as testing of the effectiveness of the program. There has to be a strong anonymous reporting program that's in place as well, and having appropriate responses to the extent that we find that there is issues, and as well. So this kind of breaks it down. I'm not going to go through each one, but it gives you a sense of how the federal sentencing guidelines approach what they're looking for in terms of you know, an effective compliance and ethics program. So to the next slide here, we have that what you'll note is that they don't really say, this is not a check the box kind of thing, like yes we have this, we're good to go. It's really going to be something where the prosecutors and the judges are going to be looking at what organization are we? What is it that we need to have? What is the size of organization? What type of organization are we? Obviously, this type of program can be for, you know, an Exxon or a Nike will have a compliance program, as will a hospital system, as will a small nonprofit or a union or a pension. So as you can see, they're going to need to be tailored to the type of organization you are. So it's one of those things, especially given the fact that our universities are growing and adding additional research capabilities, adding a medical school, our compliance and ethics program will need to look different based on the factors that we actually have. And so that is one of the things that we're actually evaluating as well, to help it be able to keep fulfilling this kind of meeting that standard of what's an effective program. And one thing I wanted to mention as well, what's really interesting, is that just a little over a week ago, the Department of Justice came out with some updated guidance for prosecutors for when they're actually going in and if there's some there's a violation of something and they're looking to see whether the organization that they're going to be prosecuting has an effective ethics and compliance program. And they've just put out some additional guidance just about a week and a half ago. It's not in here because it's just so new, but I wanted to share that with you a little bit as well, because it really is kind of helpful guidance for us to be, evaluating. And one of the things, they're basically looking at three different things. The first one is, was there a well-designed compliance program? So they're going to look at whether the organization's undertaken an accurate and thorough risk assessment, were appropriate resource allocations made based on the level of risks that the organization has found, have the risks been assessed and updated periodically, are policies sufficiently strong, and are communication and training well tailored to the organization itself, and they're going to be looking at the handling of the confidential reporting and whether it was done in a meaningful way. Second thing they're going to be looking at is, was the compliance program effectively implemented? So in other words, kind of again, more than just being on paper, whether upper management sets a tone that fosters compliance, and whether communication, training, and enforcement of policies is reinforced with words and actions. And the third thing, they're going to look at whether the compliance program is working as intended. So they will be looking to see, is there continuous testing of the program? Are there improvements being made as the organization grows? And are there remediation efforts made if misconduct is found? So that's actually helpful guidance as we look to continue to expand our compliance and ethics programs. And so one of the things you'll see, and I wanted to note here, are that we actually have, within the past year and a half since I've come on board, have had a lot of growth within our program. We've approved and adopted a new system compliance policy that actually we've never had one before. It's so this is in place. You've also created this full-time position as a chief compliance officer, so thank you. So that's one of the things that's helped. That we have now within the past year and a half. This policy, by the way, that I've mentioned is patterned after the federal sentencing guidelines elements, as well as the individual policies for each university is as well. And we've been undergoing a number of other enhancements. And in addition to that, So what we're currently doing is having a much more robust risk assessment process, and you'll be noting that at the next, I guess, quarterly meeting we have when we will be presenting the annual work plan for 2020. And this way, we've rolled out a risk assessment process at U of H, and they will be doing something similar at the other universities, where each department and each division has been assessing what are their top risk areas for which the controls that are in place don't adequately mitigate the risk. And being able to evaluate that. What are the top risks of each of the divisions? The VPs have been involved in all of that. The UH Institutional Compliance Committee will be meeting next week to be looking at it from a university-wide basis of all the risks that have been identified and finding out what are the top risks university-wide. And the purpose of that, and one of the goals, is to really break down any of the silos, to have the communication, and to figure out a plan of how do we address these risks, even the ones that don't really rise to the top of the ones that we'll be presenting in the work plan. So this is something, a new initiative, and that is something that has changed just recently that we've rolled out. And we've also, in addition to that, have been improving the communication of policy changes in order to have everybody understand a firm grasp of the changes that have been being made. And so you'll see a number of changes that are happening. So just wanted to, kind of end with the fact that, while this federal sentencing guideline might have been the impetus for creating a compliance ethics program, the benefits of having one that's effective are, go beyond that as well. And it really, will help not only just for penalty reduction, but also could reduce injuries, it could reduce litigation, and also can help to strengthen our ethical and compliance culture. So that's all I have, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Susan. Yeah, this is just a very important program, and it's also required by some federal sponsoring agencies. And I'm glad we've got Susan Coach on board to help beef this up and keep it moving in the right direction. With the more medical coming on board now, it's even more important. So it's a step in the right direction.
And that's Susan's background too, right?
Yes.
On the healthcare.
Yes. All right, next item, item G, begins on page 149 of your iPad. This, 160. This refers to the internal audit briefing booklet. I'd like Russ Hoskins, Assistant Chief Audit Executive, to present this item.
Thank you, Don. The briefing booklet contains activity outline on page 163. And you can see we prepared 5 internal audit reports since the February 2019 Audit Compliance Committee meeting. You can see in items 2 and 3 of this outline that we have various scheduled audits and field work in progress phase or in the planning phase. These audits are included in the board-approved internal audit plan for FY 2019. As you can see in item 4, we also have various special projects in progress. You will notice that behind the activity outline is the audit plan status on page 164. The shaded areas are complete, and the footnotes indicate the status of the other areas. Are there any questions on the audit plan status?
Okay.
The executive summaries of the internal audit reports begin on page 166, and the individual reports begin on page 176. These reports address areas included in the board-approved audit plan and include our follow-up status report, a report on construction and other contracts requiring board approval, reports on reviews of UH Athletics NCAA rules compliance and UHS budgeting system-wide, and our departmental review of UH Division of Student Affairs and Enrollment Services. These reports will be submitted to the Sunset Advisory Commission, the Governor's Office of Budget Planning and Policy, the State Auditor, and the Legislative Budget Board, as required by the Texas Government Code. Our reports on UH Athletics NCAA rules compliance and UHS budgeting system-wide contains management action plans, and they are included in the briefing booklet on pages 173 and 174. An overview of all of our recommendations included in these reports is on page 170. Audit report number 2019-16, page 177, our follow-up status report, addresses the status of 24 action items and 13 individual reports. We verified that 14 of the action items have been implemented and 10 partially implemented. Updated manager responses were obtained for the partially implemented action items. We have no high-risk items in this report, and there are no items that require additional explanations from management. Audit report number 2019-17 on page 185 is a report on construction and other contracts requiring board approval. This is a standard report on our briefing booklet, similar to our follow-up status report. The objective of our review is to determine whether UHS is complying with its policies and procedures and state statutes, particularly the Texas Education Code, in selecting its contractors for its major construction projects and other contracts requiring board approval. This report covers activity from January 1st, 2019 through March 31st, 2019. Appendix 1 on page 187 of this report indicates the scope of internal audit review. As you can see in this appendix, internal audit has performed audit procedures on 4 of the projects listed. We noted no unusual items or other matters that we consider non-compliant with university policies, procedures, or state statutes. Do you have any questions on this report?
No.
Audit report number 2019-18 on page 190 is a report on UH athletics NCAA rules compliance. We had no significant items that I want to bring to your attention in this report. Audit report number 2019-19 on page 195 is a report on UHS budgeting. All universities are scheduled to implement a new budgeting system that was implemented by UH, with UHCL implementing it now, followed by UHD and UHV. The new system offers enhanced budget development, enhanced reporting, and more streamlined salary budget process. Audit report number 2019-20 on page 200 is our report on the UH Division of Student Affairs and Enrollment Services Department review. There are no significant issues noted in this review. Do you have any questions on the follow-up activity or any of the other audit reports?
Was that last one a regularly scheduled audit item? Okay, did that intertwine at all with the special one that I think, I don't know if you're going to talk about it in this committee or if you're going to talk about it in general?
No.
On
The last one is just the regularly scheduled departmental review that we do on all divisions and all colleges, and it's approximately every 5 years we run through the cycle.
And then, so are you going to talk about the admission project in this committee meeting?
No, Donna and Dr. Walker are going to be giving a presentation at the board meeting on the admission.
Thank you. And so no one had to come up here and give their rationale why they hadn't completed an action item?
No, I will say this again, since we implemented that enhanced procedure, everyone has been very forthcoming in getting their follow-up items, their action items completed. And it's also helped management get their employees, gave them more incentive to help implement those items that they provided target dates on. So that has been, it's saved everyone a lot of resources. We don't have to, internal audit doesn't have to keep following up on items, and also management is actually getting things done and help. Compliance review portion is on page 216, This indicates the status of the receipt of all required information from the support organization. The only item we have not received is and it's highlighted on that page, is the IRS Form 990 from the UH College of Business Foundation. And the expected receipt date has been indicated on the analysis. You'll also note at the very bottom of that page, the only institution that has not updated or initiated a new agreement is the College of Business Foundation. And I don't know if Donna wants to talk about that now. Okay. All right. We've also included in the analysis of the prior year for the compliance review. And the reason we did that, because we had two items last May that were not included, and you can see on that report that was the College of Business Foundation and Public Media did not have their 990s in, so that indicates the receipt date on both of those. The UHS Support Organizations report is a compilation of information from audited financial statements, IRS Forms 990, investment reports, and other information furnished by UHS by the support organizations. The purpose of this report is to provide information on the support organizations' activities and the Board of Regents and the UHS responsibilities with respect to those foundations. So there's a one-page narrative and which explains some of that fiduciary responsibility. And also on the very last page, there's a summary that lists various items: financial summary, investment summary, returns on investment, management fees, and some other noteworthy items. All of these requirements to provide this information to the system is provided for in the agreements that are signed between the system and the institutions, and this is required by the government code. Do you have any questions or comments on this report?
Is this on the support, we're concluding the support organizations one? You're at the end of the support organization scope? Okay. So Regent Mendoza had a question. I've got something to add when she's done.
So I know it says system support organizations, but is this other campuses as well, organizations? I just don't see the differentiator between.
There's no separate support organizations that are unique to one particular campus. The only one that overlaps all of them is the UH Foundation.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, and all of these are for the sole benefit of the university, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. The sole it benefits the entire system.
Yeah, these support orgs are formed for the sole benefit of the institution.
And then I did want to circle just so everyone's on the same page while we're in open session. So Donna, if you could just give a quick background, because probably Tillman, Durgan, Paul, and I were the only ones on the board at the time that, because it was right when I came on that you were getting all these agreements with the support organizations under the fold and moving kind of everything into the fold. So they may not have the background, and I think it's good for the open, we talk about that.
In 2013, we did a revised support organization and put everyone, it's essentially, they're not absolutely identical, but they're all very close to having the exact same agreement. And they were 5-year agreements, and so everybody was set to renew or revise. As you know, we've talked about some changes in how we were going to handle those agreements, I guess at a special called meeting a few months ago. And instead of revising them all at that time, we agreed to do an extension and we have everybody's signature on that extension with the exception of the Business Foundation. That's one we're still discussing.
Okay. And the genesis for that was, I believe, some state law?
Yeah, 2255 of the Government Code requires us to have a support organization agreement with each of those support organizations that operate for our benefit. And it also requires the board to adopt rules to that effect. That's in Board Policy 32.06. And we also have a SAM, a system policy on it as well, all required, laying out the elements that need to be included in those agreements.
Okay, and so we've met that law, met our obligations under that law and under our own rules and policies with
Correct.
respect to every support organization with the exception of the Business College of,
Right.
UH College of Business Foundation.
Right. We're just still negotiating the extension.
Okay, do we expect that that will be completed by the next meeting? Or
Yes.
hopefully?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I'd say maybe add, Don, although that's probably not scheduled, but if you can add that to one of your items for next meeting is to let
Yes,
us
sir.
know. I mean, I'm sure Donna will let us know and we'll know, but
Right.
just so we check that box. I always like on audit, if there's an open issue, that Don is looped in on telling us it's no longer open.
We'll recap that as an open point from this meeting, going in the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the things those agreements do, and when Donna revised these agreements, sets forth our expectations on internal controls. You know, what we expect of the foundations. It also, for them, if they want to buy things on behalf of the university or support a faculty member, there's a protocol that needs to go in place because we have to account for all expenditures by the foundation on the institution's behalf as donations. In other words, if they're making direct expenditures. So we have to report that in our financial statements as both a revenue and an expense. So that's an important piece of this too. And we don't want a foundation just paying somebody, funds without us knowing about it. There's a protocol set forth in there.
There are other statutes that regulate that as well, so this kind of helps compliance on that point for us.
Yeah, I mean, because my thought is we had that great presentation about an effective compliance program, which of course is enforcement and making sure it's, follow up. So I think the least we can do as a board is make sure that we're following that same advice and making sure that we're going to let this one pass because that's a pain or whatever. I mean, we can't, we're charged with following the law and then our own laws. And if we're not doing that, or if we're letting things pass, then we're not doing our job.
Right.
I think that's just, philosophically, I think the Board of Regents, that's kind of the sweet spot of what we're supposed to be doing. There's a lot of stuff that we can also do, but I think that's our fundamental role here that the governor and the legislature expects us to do.
And there have been some items in the press over the last several years about expenditures by foundations, which it doesn't look good. So we really got to, there's a protocol we need to go by, and there's a reason for that.
Okay. So just if you can add that for your next meeting, make sure that gets covered.
That concludes my comments, Regent Taft, unless that was it.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Guyton and Russ, for your presentations today, and Susan. And we'd like now to move to Section 2 listed on your agenda, the executive session. The committee will now go into executive session pursuant to the sections of the Texas Government Code listed on page 2 of your agenda. And who do we want to stay? Renee, Donna, and
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna be joining you shortly.
NCAA has appointed University of Houston President Renu Couture to serve on its Division I Board of Directors. The board provides strategic direction and oversight of committees responsible for academic policies and standards, infractions appeals, and day-to-day decision-making, while also engaging presidential leadership from member institutions. UH men's basketball coach Kelvin Sampson is the American Athletic Conference Basketball Coach of the Year and one of 4 finalists for the Naismith National Coach of the Year Award. Sampson led the Cougars to a 31-3 record, the program's first outright regular season conference championship since 1984, and a number 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. And 11 graduate programs at the University of Houston has been ranked as top 50 programs in their disciplines in the 2020 U.S. News & World Report Graduate Program Rankings. The UH Law Center has 3 top 10 programs and 7 in the top 50. The Graduate College of Social Work was ranked 22nd, and 3 Cullen College of Engineering programs cracked the top 50. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe. Governor Greg Abbott has signed a bill to add the University of Houston College of Medicine to the Texas Education Code. This formal recognition in state statute authorizes public university systems to approve curricula, operational protocols, and allows eligibility for state funding. UH hopes to admit its first class of medical students in fall 2020, pending federal accreditation. The University of Houston College of Nursing received a $3.5 million donation from HCA Houston Healthcare to benefit faculty, staff, and students at the college's future location in Katy and its current home in Sugar Land. The gift funds a faculty endowment, an endowed professorship, and a nursing simulation center in Katy to give students hands-on training. Senior graphic design students are teaming up with well-known graffiti artist Gonzo247 to beautify the Cullen Boulevard I-45 underpass. The project covers 22 pillars of the underpass, with designs that symbolize the rich history of the 3rd Ward, Edo, Eastwood, and UH. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe. University of Houston system set out to raise $1 billion and did it 18 months ahead of schedule. Almost 179,000 donors have donated to the Here We Go campaign. Building on the momentum, the campaign will now go beyond the billion before concluding in 2020. The strategic focus of continued fundraising centers on scholarships, endowed professorships, and campus identity projects. Psychology professor Clayton Neighbors believes cognitive dissonance can help curb college drinking. In a new study, heavy drinking students give advice about drinking to younger students, and it's posted online. He thinks the heavy drinkers will actually then drink less because they won't want to be hypocritical of their own advice. And fueled by labor shortages, experts predict that robots will make up 25% of the hospitality workforce by 2030. Companies that embrace the new technology will have a competitive advantage, according to a new study by researchers at the Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant Management. New service systems will learn from consumer behavior, increasing efficiency and enhancing the experience.
This is our city. This is our university. This is SITE, the Cougar Initiative to Engage. The University of Houston has developed SITE as part of the university's accreditation process. This Quality Enhancement Plan, or QEP, will create a learning environment which meaningfully engages local and global communities. SITE will improve students' professional skills like problem solving, communication, teamwork, and cultural competence. SITE will link classroom learning with the world through co-curricular activities such as internships, learning abroad, research, and service learning. SITE will increase the number and the quality of co-curricular activities, preparing students for the workforce and a lifetime of engagement. Through SITE, the University of Houston will enable students to lead and serve in their community, their city, and the world.
After a record-setting year, Kelvin Sampson has signed a contract extension to remain head coach of the University of Houston men's basketball team through 2025. Sampson led UH to 33 wins, the first outright conference title since 1984, and the team's first trip to the Sweet 16 in over 35 years. The Hilton University of Houston is getting a $30.4 million expansion and renovation. A 5-story tower with 71 guest rooms will be added, nearly doubling the total number of rooms. The expansion also includes more meeting and event spaces. The Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant Management is the only hospitality program in the world where students work and take classes in an internationally branded, full-service hotel. And the UH American Sign Language Interpreting Program brought a first-of-its-kind experience to deaf art lovers. Senior-level students interpreted a docent-led tour for deaf patrons at the Museum of Fine Arts Houston. The UH students researched facts about the artwork and developed talking points with the docents for the tour. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
Connecting with the students is one of the main reasons I like teaching. It's really what I look forward to every day. With these connections that you build with the kids, you kind of feel like it's almost like a family.
What I love most about teaching is that aha moments my students get when I got it.
Teach Forward is a program. It's for HISD graduates. We graduated through HISD, and then we go to UH and we earn our college degree, and we come back to HISD to teach, and they'll help reimburse us for some of our schooling.
Thanks to Teach Forward Houston, I'm able to join forces with U of H, get all this knowledge, and then give back to HISD.
It's an awesome program. A lot of support coming from HISD and UH.
They help me financially, they help me with connections to schools, connections to principals, guaranteed tuition paid, and then have a guaranteed job.
Houston's my home. It's been my home since I was born, and I really want to come back and impact the area that my home. I want to provide the opportunities for the students that live where I'm from, and know that a lot of these students really need the help and provide support for them.
They helped raise me, so it's like, why not give back and help raise others so that we could stay here and we could just grow as a big family.
Dana Holgerson is the new University of Houston head football coach. Widely regarded as one of the top offensive minds in the country, Holgerson returns to UH after 8 seasons at West Virginia, where he was the second winningest head coach in program history. Holgerson was the UH offensive coordinator in 2008 and 2009 and is now the 15th head coach in UH history. Nearsightedness is increasing at an alarming rate according to the World Health Organization. In response, the University Eye Institute is offering a myopia management service to correct and manage nearsightedness in children, the age when the condition can rapidly progress. Treatments include special contact lenses worn at night to reshape the eye and slow the progression of myopia. The program is the first of its kind in Texas. And one of the world's leading abstract painters is displaying her work at Blaffer Art Museum. The exhibit features 10 large-scale paintings by Rebecca Morris, marking the first time the Guggenheim Fellows' work has ever been displayed in Texas. The museum is open 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday, and admission is free. The exhibit runs through March 16th. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe. More Than Bricks, the fundraising campaign to build a new University of Houston Law Center building, has reached the $10 million milestone. The proposed $90 million 5-story building would replace an aging, flood-prone structure. The UH Law Center will now ask the Texas legislature for $60 million to support Phase 2 of its building campaign. The Center for Mexican American Studies and the City of Houston are joining forces to host Latino Art Now Houston, a 4-month citywide celebration that explores and celebrates local and national Latino and Latin American artists. LAN Houston features more than 70 art exhibitions and other forms of cultural engagement at UH area museums, galleries, and cultural centers through May 31st. And UH Assistant Professor Julia Wellner is leading 2 different expeditions in Antarctica, studying how melting ice sheets will play a role in future sea level rise. The West Antarctic ice sheet currently represents the largest ice loss in Antarctica, and scientists say if it were to completely melt, global sea levels would rise by about 14 feet.
I think that it brings access. The museum already in and of itself is accessible. If you're deaf, of course, artwork, something that's visual, would naturally be interesting and entertaining to you. But if you want to know the details, if you want to really get your questions answered about the artwork, well then that's going to require days, weeks, if not months of advanced preparation to secure an interpreter, hope the interpreter shows up on time, hope the interpreter is prepared because it's a large museum. So to have these students practice on dedicated art pieces, have the deaf community come out and support them, it's such a reciprocity between the interpreting students, the interpreting community, and the deaf community. I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity.
Lots of the docents are super enthusiastic, as well as us. This is an event that's never been done before at the museum. It's catering to a whole new audience. It's really rare that museums like this will have that opportunity. the deaf community, so we're kind of hoping that this is a leeway. This is just the opening for it to have a ripple effect in Houston.
Ready to go? All right, we got one. I think we got a quorum. Do we have a quorum of this committee? Is Steve on audit? Are you on audit? Everybody moved it. Durga is. Yeah. Is Beth on
I'm not on you.
audit? Okay, we need one more. Is it Gerald on audit?
Yeah. I'm on it. Peter. Yeah, I'm on audit. One, two, three. Okay.
We're good.
All right, we've got a quorum back on the audit committee, and so I'm going to reconvene the audit and compliance committee meeting. The regents met in executive session and discussed personnel matters. There was no action taken in executive session. So thank you, Mr. Guyton. And does anyone have any further questions? If not, and there being no further business to come before this committee, this meeting is hereby adjourned, and I will hand the gavel to Regent Madison.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. As chair of this committee, I would now like to call to order the Academic and Student Success Committee of the University of Houston Board of Regents. We have 6 items that will be presented today before the committee. 3 items are action items for the committee's consideration and approval, and 3 items are for information only. Following the presentation of the action items, I will ask the committee if there are any questions and call for a vote. Once all action items have been presented and approved, if appropriate, I will make a motion to place these items on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval at the Board of Regents meeting scheduled for later today, May the 26th, 2019. The first item on your agenda today for the committee's consideration is item B, the approval of the committee minutes from February 28, 2019, Academic and Student Success Committee. Does anyone have any correction to the minutes?
No, ma'am.
Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes as distributed?
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes from the February 28, 2019 meeting are hereby approved. The first action item listed on your agenda today is item C, approval of faculty promotion in academic rank, University of Houston System. Dr. Paula Myrick Short, Senior Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Provost, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Regent Madison. Each May, we bring to the board recommendations from our 4 campuses, from the presidents of those 4 campuses, for faculty to be promoted with tenure or promoted to full professor. So those are before you today from each of our campuses. We have, these faculty have been through a rigorous review process following a probationary period. And today we have 10 faculty from the University of Houston, Victoria being considered. UH Clear Lake has 20, UH Downtown has 15 faculty, and UH has 59 faculty before you for your consideration. They do receive an increase in compensation at all 4 campuses when they are promoted with tenure or promoted to full professor. Each campus sets that amount, and it is paid from state money and designated tuition. Their names are listed before you in the board book, and we do recommend your approval of the campus recommendations for promotion with tenure and or promotion. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Short. Do I hear any questions from the board?
No, ma'am.
If not, may I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved. Our last action item today for the committee's consideration approval is item E, the new mission, vision, and value statements for the University of Houston Clear Lake. Dr. Short, will you please introduce this item?
We do have an item, an action item before that for emeritus faculty.
I think we missed.
Item D.
I'm so sorry, I just read my script. What do you want?
It's called item D, approval for faculty emeritus.
You want item D?
Yeah, there's an item.
Item D, okay. Does anyone, okay. Okay, item is hereby approved. The next item on the agenda is item D, approval of faculty emeritus appointments. Please excuse me. Speed reading. Approval of faculty emeritus appointments, University of Houston system. Dr. Short, will you please present this item?
Thank you, Regent Madison.
Oh, you're right, that's good.
Each year, also in May, we bring to you campus recommendations for retired faculty to have the designation of emeriti faculty. This is to give recognition to faculty that have served our campuses in distinguished length of time, as well as their accomplishments in teaching, research, and service. There are 17 from the University of Houston for your consideration, 5 from the University of Houston Clear Lake, 3 from the University of Houston Downtown, and the University of Houston has nominated 1 retired faculty member for emeriti status. What is nice about this is it is a nice designation that faculty really appreciate, but also the faculty agree to give back to the university should they be called on to assist the campus in certain ways. They mentor new faculty. Sometimes they will teach a course. They will do things to enhance the program if called upon by a dean or department chair. So they're very vital still, even in retirement, to the university. They've been very accomplished during their tenure here, and many like the idea of being able to continue to serve. They do have benefits at each of the campuses. Typical across all 4 campuses include access to library privileges, in some cases parking privileges. They are invited to campus events. They have email privileges, and so there are benefits to these faculty upon their retirement and designation as emeritus. Their bios are in your board book. I think if you read through them, they're all quite distinguished and deserving of this honor, and they were recommended by the college to the president of each institution, and they're recommended to you by the president. So we recommend that you do approve this designation for these sets of faculty that are before you. Any questions?
Do we have any
No, ma'am.
If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
This item is hereby opposed. This item is hereby approved. Now we can talk about the new mission and vision
Now.
and value statements for the University of Houston Clear Lake. Dr. Short, will you present this item at this time?
Right, it's my pleasure to introduce President Ira Blake, who will present this item to the board for your consideration, their new vision, mission, and value statement from the University of Houston Clear Lake. President Blake.
Good morning. What we've been doing at the University of Houston Clear Lake is trying to get it to prepare for our strategic planning process. So that started about a year ago with us reviewing our mission, vision, and value statements. We pulled together a cross-employee, staff, student committee of about 27 persons so that we would have collective input in terms of how we wanted to represent ourselves moving forward. They worked from about November up until, I will say, February 22nd, and then delivered those new revised statements to us. In the process, we also held broader surveys and focus groups so that other members of the community who weren't serving on that committee could have input. What you're looking at is the results of all of that effort. The entire campus supports it, and I think that it is a much more accurate representation of what we believe in terms of our purpose, where we're trying to head to, and then also the values that we hold that will actually guide our strategic planning process. Any questions?
Thank you for sharing, Dr. Blake. What would you say the most meaningful and notable differences are between these statements and the previous iterations?
The previous statements were classically descriptions of where we resided, and then also a description of who we were in terms of composition, as opposed to, again, purpose, clarification in terms of purpose, making it a little bit more concise. I think it may actually refine a little bit more at the end of our strategic planning process. And also to collectively get everyone moving in the same direction in terms of how do we advance that mission, in terms of the vision, in terms of how we want to serve in our region. The other issue is, this is incredibly important, is that you know what values you hold, because those values actually guide the way you carry on your business, the way you serve students, the way you connect with your community. And I think that that's where the clarification came about. The words are still the words of the community, but they're the words of the community in the 21st century, understanding that our student population is becoming more diverse, and that what we have done in legacy still has value, but that we have to be a learning community in terms of faculty, staff, as well as the students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blake. I'm trying to make you two twins. For this presentation today, but also for the terrific job in welcoming us for our board meeting in February. That was a wonderful experience for me to be on that campus and to feel such a big welcome.
Thank you so much, Regent Madison. The campus was so thrilled that we were able to host. I think there had been a while since we had hosted. And so they did, I think, a yeoman's job preparing for you, and we're really quite pleased to be hosts.
We felt all that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion to accept this presentation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? This item is hereby approved. This concludes the presentations and approval of our 3 action items today. May I have a motion to place all 3 action items unanimously approved by the committee on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This item has been unanimously approved by the committee and will be placed on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda for final board approval at our board meeting held later today, May 16, 2019. Approval of faculty promotion and academic rank, U of H system. Approval of faculty emeriti appointments, U of H system. And new mission, vision, and value statements for the University of Houston Clear Lake, UH Clear Lake. This is the, I think I need a motion on that, right? Did I do that? These are, oh, they have been. No, I just restated the reason for the last vote. Okay, now. This item for your agenda today is item F, the introduction of Dean, College of Science and Engineering, University of Houston, Clear Lake. Dr. Short, will you please introduce this item?
She'll come forward to introduce the new dean of the College of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Houston, Clear Lake. Dr. Gonzalez.
My goodness, we are so happy. As you know, we've had quite a bit of leadership turnover with quite a number of retirements, which would be expected in terms of long service. I'm pleased to say that probably before the beginning of the fall year, we'll have a full leadership team in place. Probably I should add just about. I'm really happy to announce that we have Dr. Miguel Gonzalez, who's agreed to join us as the Dean of the College of Science and Engineering. As you know, we were approved and began our mechanical engineering program just this past fall. We have some other important initiatives and support services for students that are going on. So this is an incredibly important deanship for us. He comes to us from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. So he's familiar with Texas, which is, I'm learning, is really important. And he has 13 years of administrative experience at a dean's level and vice presidential level. So we are looking forward to him joining us with his expertise, with his innovation. He's going to join the team and add substantial value. So we're really quite thrilled. Oh, and no, he is not here. Okay. He joins in July, right, Provost? You can stand up in his place. There's Provost Berberich, if you remember. Okay, he'll stand up in his place. He is absolutely thrilled that I think he only has one outstanding position. And then his leadership team will be fully staffed. So, any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. This item is for information only and no committee action is taken. The next item to be presented is item G, the introduction of Dean of College of Optometry, University of Houston. Dr. Short, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you. I am delighted to introduce you to our new Dean of our College of Optometry, Dr. Michael Twa, who is joining us in just a few days. He told me he's going to be unpacking a car on Monday and will be here. So we're excited about that. He is with us. I'm going to ask him to come up to the podium while I tell you just a few things about him, and then you have a chance to chat with him should you like. He joins us from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, where he currently is Associate Dean. Actually, your time is up there, right? Your hours now, right?
Yes.
Almost. Okay. He comes from the University of Alabama, Birmingham. He served as Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Studies, as well as Director of the Vision Science Graduate Program for their School of Optometry. He's been in the academy, in the profession for 25 years. He's a strong researcher. His interests include biomedical imaging, glaucoma, and soft tissue biomechanics. And so we're pleased that he's bringing that expertise to the position also. He's done a lot of work around glaucoma, degenerative diseases of the eye, and this just continues to advance the research that will be continuing in the college, and we appreciate him bringing that to us. His credentials are impressive. He has a BA degree in biology from the University of California, San Diego, a Doctor of Optometry from the University of California, Berkeley, and a Master of Science and a PhD in Physiological Optics from The Ohio State University. So welcome, Dr. Twa.
Thank you.
We're delighted you're here, and if you have any questions or comments towards him, I'd be delighted to respond. Would you like to make a comment first?
It's good to be home. I was a Texan from about 8 months of age, and I was at the University of Houston from 2007, about the time that Dr. Couture began as president here. I left in 2014, and as I say, it's great to be back home. Looking forward to advancing optometry in the profession. We have the best school in the country, and it's only going to get better.
Thank you for being here today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome aboard. The last item on our agenda today are presentations from Vice Chair of the committee, Regent Paula Mendoza, who will present 2 success stories from the U of H downtown. One is a mentorship program for Latino students, and the other is the student success story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so we're going to combine them too. And we have Selena Palacios here with us that will join the podium. And let me tell you a little bit about her, because I think she's really going to talk about the success of the program, the Latinas Achieve program at University of Houston downtown. And if you'll notice, she comes with a great deal of the advisory board supporting her from this program, which means a lot. They take these committee meetings very seriously and appreciate the opportunity to come and represent. And I'll tell you a little bit about her, but I'll also say I'm a little nervous up here because as I see the lady standing behind her too are mentors of mine that helped me get to where I am today. So I appreciate them being here in support of Selena. Selena, who is currently at the UH downtown, is a proud daughter of immigrants and is privileged and feels very privileged to be the first member of her family to graduate from college. She's active student leader on campus, and I just want to tell you a few of the things that she is involved in. The Phi Kappa Phi and Phi Theta Kappa Honor Societies, the UHD NW Be a Teacher Club, the American Business Women's Association, the National Society of Leadership and Success, and the Pre-Law Association. She's quite busy. And as the co-leader of the Camino a la Universidad mentorship program, Selena seeks to help 7th and 8th grade Latinas see their potential in themselves. Regardless of her uncertain future as a DACA recipient, Selena bravely chooses to dream and to encourage those around her to dream with her. So I want you to welcome Selena, and as you can see, the enormous support that she has behind her, to tell us a little bit about herself, but about the Latinas Achieve program that is at UH downtown and helping Latinas that are there.
Thank you, Regent Mendoza, and thank you to all of the regents and Chancellor Couture for hosting me today. Behind me is standing all my committee from the Latinas Achieve program and the mentors of myself. My name is Selena Garcia, and I'm a dreamer in all the senses of the word. My family's history began with a dream of a better life in this country, a life that intended to be an opportunity for me to go to college and pursue a career. I stand before you today knowing that their dream, my dream, is coming true, thanks in part of University of Houston downtown. Admittedly, there have been many obstacles. My immigration status made me scared to dream about a future in this country and scared to dream about higher education at all. As a DACA recipient, I was ineligible for many forms of financial aid, and my family had very limited resources. Still, my parents believed in my dream and did whatever they could to afford my college tuition. We would spend countless hours picking up scrap metal around my neighborhood to sell, and often went hungry as we struggled to pay my tuition. We could barely afford my associate's degree, so university education seemed completely out of reach. When I discovered UHD, I knew my dream might come true. I found many people there who were willing to help me through the process. Among them, my mentor, Dr. Diane Miller. Dr. Miller introduced me to a program called Camino a la Universidad. This program connects UHD student mentors with Latinas at Arnold Middle School. Through this program, I had the privilege to work with students who remind me of myself when I was in junior high. Through the Camino initiative, we show participants that there is indeed a pathway to a university. It was while working with them that I found the value of mentorship. So when I received an email about the Latinas Achieve program, I found what I was looking for. Latinas Achieve empowers me to build relationships with Latinas, professionals, entrepreneurs, and community leaders. Through this program, myself and other students like me have the opportunity to receive professional guidance from successful UHD alumni and prominent Latinas across Houston. For example, I attended a Latinas Achieve event called Latinas in Paralegal Profession. It was a panel in February, and I learned about careers of 5 Latina attorneys. I was fortunate to connect with Honorable Judge Maria Casanova and Gracie Sines while being there. Both of them encouraged me to attend and pursue my law degree. I also had the opportunity to attend a performance at the Houston Symphony, thanks to the generosity of Latinas Achieve, a Houston Symphony Board member, Mary Helen Cavazos. Most recently, I attended the Latinas Power Purse program and had the chance to network with Soledad Tanner, who is helping me develop the skills to manage my personal finances. What I love the most about Latinas Achieve is that it helps me reduce the barriers that students like me face in their academic and professional development. I give this program for helping me conquer my inner insecurities. It was wonderful to get to know the program and the creators, the advisory board, and the alumni that volunteer on behalf of the Latinas Achieve at UHD. Many of these wonderful women are even here today supporting me and the program. Just in 2 days, I will be graduating summa cum laude from University of Houston downtown. And I will be joining University of Houston to get my graduate's degree in social work and law. Sorry, after several years in the making, my dream is finally coming true. As the first-generation daughter of undocumented immigrants, I no longer live in fear of what tomorrow holds. I know I'm destined to create new opportunities for students, families, and Houstonians. It is my ultimate goal to help every single one of them achieve the American dream, just as I have. I plan to be an active member of the Latinas Achieve as an alumni next year. I will take what I have learned at UHD and the opportunities I've been granted to continue to pay it forward. Once again, thank you for the invitation and listening to me to talk about Latinas Achieve. I welcome any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. This is why we enjoy being here, listening to a story from someone like you. You are so inspirational. This was such a joy. This is my highlight of the day, and maybe the week, and maybe the month. and just congratulations, and I want to know what you're doing 20 years from now. Thank you for being a leader, and thank all of you up there and all your support, and for being leaders also.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do real quick want to say, Selena, thank you for coming and sharing your story. You mentioned Helen Cavazos and Gracie Sines, who I just said were my mentors, so 20 plus years later, they're still mentoring young women. So thank you very much for doing that and still being a part of our lives. And those of you that are here supporting you, I know it's a small bit of your time that we allow you to come up here and speak, but it's a big part of your day. So thank you for what you're doing. And just quickly, Dr. Liza Alonso from UHD, the things that you're doing with all of our students at UHD, please keep doing it. Dr. Munoz, thank you for allowing Dr. Alonso to do what she does. And for the rest of you, Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Chair Madison, I want to make a comment. Regent Mendoza, I really appreciate your starting this program. You initiated this, bringing the students to the board, and I thoroughly enjoy every time you bring students. This will be a big gift to the board. I hope this tradition will continue. Thank you.
Let's get away from that. I just feel like
What's moving around?
This is very motivational to all of us. I challenge the other committees to have everybody choked up. This is really pretty beautiful.
that's impossible.
I'm just saying.
Audit.
There we go.
No, yeah.
Unfortunately.
We're going to have you choked up and
Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful?
That's why
We can't thank you.
position this meeting in between audit and finance. Keep everyone.
Keep everybody.
We don't want y'all to
Keep
leave.
everybody motivated. This is why we're here. It's beautiful. Just beautiful. There will. It should.
That's right.
Bring all the internal auditors up.
We'll get.
That's a big support group and impressive. It's good to be a part of it. This item obviously was for information only and requires no committee action. It should be noted that an executive session will not be held. If anyone has any other further questions or items for this committee, there being no further business before the committee, this meeting is hereby adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Madison. The next meeting is finance? Facilities, but we will take a lunch break. The Board of Regents and the Cabinet have lunch next door, and why don't we reconvene at 1:10? Sound good, about 30 minutes? Okay, 1:10. You want to do it at the beginning? Okay.
Yes, I
sorry.
do. Yes.
Oh, about that. Okay, yeah, we'll get her.
Let her have her like special.
Yes, okay. No, thank you. Regent Madison.
Wonderful you started this program.
After a record-setting year, Kelvin Sampson has signed a contract extension to remain head coach of the University of Houston men's basketball team through 2025. Sampson led UH to 33 wins, the first outright conference title since 1984, and the team's first trip to the Sweet 16 in over 35 years. The Hilton University of Houston is getting a $30.4 million expansion and renovation. A 5-story tower with 71 guest rooms will be added, nearly doubling the total number of rooms. The expansion also includes more meeting and event spaces. The Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant Management is the only hospitality program in the world where students work and take classes in an internationally branded, full-service hotel. And the UH American Sign Language Interpreting Program brought a first-of-its-kind experience to deaf art lovers. Senior-level students interpreted a docent-led tour for deaf patrons at the Museum of Fine Arts Houston. The UH students researched facts about the artwork and developed talking points with the docents for the tour. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
My wife and I were able to set up the first private endowment here. We set it up.
Obviously calculated. I'd like to ask this.
I think that it brings access. The museum already in and of itself is accessible. If you're deaf, of course, artwork, something that's visual, would naturally be interesting and entertaining to you. But if you want to know the details, if you want to really get your questions answered about the artwork, well then that's going to require days, weeks, if not months of advanced preparation to secure an interpreter, hope the interpreter shows up on time, hope the interpreter is prepared because it's a large museum. So to have these students practice on dedicated art pieces, have the deaf community come out and support them, it's such a reciprocity between the interpreting students, the interpreting community, and the deaf community. I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity.
Lots of the docents are super enthusiastic, as well as us. This is an event that's never been done before at the museum. It's catering to a whole new audience. It's really rare that museums like this will have that opportunity for the deaf community, so we're kind of hoping that this is a leeway. This is just the opening for it to have a ripple effect in Houston.
An anonymous $10 million gift by a patient family to the Texas Center for Learning Disabilities has cemented its future as a world-class interdisciplinary research institution. The Texas Center for Learning Disabilities investigates the diagnosis, treatment, and causes of learning disabilities in children and adolescents. Housed at UH, the consortium also includes the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston and the University of Texas at Austin. The UH system is the first public university system in Texas to launch a temporary public art program. It's part of the 50th anniversary celebration of public art of the University of Houston system. The temporary public art program will commission pieces from world-renowned artists to be displayed at the 4 system universities. And as part of the UH Energy Initiative, a team of students designed a sustainable car for the Houston Art Car Parade. The collaboration between students from engineering, architecture, and art was an opportunity to apply what they've learned in the classroom for the real world. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
My name is Bill Eminette, and I'm an associate professor of exercise science at the University.
Governor Greg Abbott has signed a bill to add the University of Houston College of Medicine to the Texas Education Code. This formal recognition in state statute authorizes public university systems to approve curricula, operational protocols, and allows eligibility for state funding. UH hopes to admit its first class of medical students in fall 2020, pending federal accreditation. The University of Houston College of Nursing received a $3.5 million donation from HCA Houston Healthcare to benefit faculty, staff, and students at the college's future location in Katy and its current home in Sugar Land. The gift funds a faculty endowment, an endowed professorship, and a nursing simulation center in Katy to give students hands-on training. Senior graphic design students are teaming up with well-known graffiti artist Gonzo247 to beautify the Cullen Boulevard I-45 underpass. The project covers 22 pillars of the underpass, with designs that symbolize the rich history of the 3rd Ward, Edo, Eastwood, and UH. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
You know, it's just the people's bill.
2018 Employee of the Year, Jonas Mason.
Again, congratulations to all our winners. They've done an outstanding job.
Hi, I'm Natalie Paul, Administrator with Houston Methodist. At the clasp lecture on Thursday,
Good morning, Facebook.
Icy weather is blamed for multi-billion-dollar losses every year in the United States. University of Houston professor Hadi Ghasemi and a team of researchers have created a new coating capable of repelling ice from any surface, saving industry from costly delays and damage related to ice. The coating is applied as a spray and will last for more than 10 years with no need to reapply. The nationally ranked UH track and field team has a new state-of-the-art indoor track. The $2 million track was donated by Net Lease Capital and includes a 6-lane, 200-meter banked oval, an 8-lane straightaway for sprints, and runways for long jump and pole vault competition. The track will also be used to hold indoor meets for runners of all ages. And congratulations to Kelvin Sampson. The UH men's basketball coach recently recorded his 600th career win while leading the Cougars to their best start in school history. Sampson is the 57th coach in NCAA Division I men's basketball history to reach 600 wins. For the latest, make sure to subscribe.
Hi, I'm Patricia Hunt Holmes, the author of Searching for Pilar. My book is the story of a young married woman.
More Than Bricks, the fundraising campaign to build a new University of Houston Law Center building, has reached the $10 million milestone. The proposed $90 million five-story building would replace an aging, flood-prone structure. The UH Law Center will now ask the Texas legislature for $60 million to support Phase 2 of its building campaign. The Center for Mexican American Studies and the City of Houston are joining forces to host Latino Art Now Houston, a 4-month citywide celebration that explores and celebrates local and national Latino and Latin American artists. Land Houston features more than 70 art exhibitions and other forms of cultural engagement at UH area museums, galleries, and cultural centers through May 31st. And UH Assistant Professor Julia Wellner is leading 2 different expeditions in Antarctica, studying how melting ice sheets will play a role in future sea level rise. The West Antarctic ice sheet currently represents the largest ice loss in Antarctica, and scientists say if it were to completely melt, global sea levels would rise by about 14 feet. The NCAA has appointed University of Houston President Renu Couture to serve on its Division I Board of Directors. The board provides strategic direction and oversight of committees responsible for academic policies and standards, infractions appeals, and day-to-day decision-making, while also engaging presidential leadership from member institutions. UH men's basketball coach Kelvin Sampson is the American Athletic Conference Basketball Coach of the Year and one of 4 finalists for the Naismith National Coach of the Year Award. Sampson led the Cougars to a 31-3 record, the program's first outright regular season conference championship since 1984, and a number 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. And 11 graduate programs at the University of Houston has been ranked as top 50 programs in their disciplines in the 2020 U.S. News & World Report Graduate Program Rankings. The UH Law Center has 3 top 10 programs and 7 in the top 50. The Graduate College of Social Work was ranked 22nd, and 3 Cullen College of Engineering programs cracked the top 50. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
My wife and I were able to set up the first private endowment here. We set it up.
Dana Holgerson is the new University of Houston head football coach. Widely regarded as one of the top offensive minds in the country, Holgerson returns to UH after 8 seasons at West Virginia, where he was the second winningest head coach in program history. Holgerson was the UH offensive coordinator in 2008 and 2009 and is now the 15th head coach in UH history. Nearsightedness is increasing at an alarming rate according to the World Health Organization. In response, the University Eye Institute is offering a myopia management service to correct and manage nearsightedness in children, the age when the condition can rapidly progress. Treatments include special contact lenses worn at night to reshape the eye and slow the progression of myopia. The program is the first of its kind in Texas. And one of the world's leading abstract painters is displaying her work at Blaffer Art Museum. The exhibit features 10 large-scale paintings by Rebecca Morris, marking the first time the Guggenheim Fellows' work has ever been displayed in Texas. The museum is open 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday, and admission is free. The exhibit runs through March 16th. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe. After a record-setting year, Kelvin Sampson has signed a contract extension to remain head coach of the University of Houston men's basketball team through 2025. Sampson led UH to 33 wins, the first outright conference title since 1984, and the team's first trip to the Sweet 16 in over 35 years. The Hilton University of Houston is getting a $30.4 million expansion and renovation. A 5-story tower with 71 guest rooms will be added, nearly doubling the total number of rooms. The expansion also includes more meeting and event spaces. The Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant Management is the only hospitality program in the world where students work and take classes in an internationally branded, full-service hotel. And the UH American Sign Language Interpreting Program brought a first-of-its-kind experience to deaf art lovers. Senior-level students interpreted a docent-led tour for deaf patrons at the Museum of Fine Arts Houston. The UH students researched facts about the artwork and developed talking points with the docents for the tour. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
that it brings access. The museum already in and of itself is accessible. If you're deaf, of course, artwork, something that's visual, would naturally be interesting and entertaining to you. But if you want to know the details, if you want to really get your questions answered about the artwork, well then that's going to require days, weeks, if not months of advanced preparation to secure an interpreter, hope the interpreter shows up on time, hope the interpreter is prepared because it's a large museum. So to have these students practice on dedicated art pieces, have the deaf community come out and support them, it's such a reciprocity between the interpreting students, the interpreting community, and the deaf community. I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity.
Lots of the docents are super enthusiastic, as well as us. This is an event that's never been done before at the museum. It's catering to a whole new audience. It's really rare that museums like this will have that opportunity for the deaf community, so we're kind of hoping that this is a leeway. This is just the opening for it to have a ripple effect in Houston.
We're back at it again. We're here at the Jaguar Village. It's UHV move-in day. It's a little quiet, so we wanted to take some time.
Connecting with the students is one of the main reasons I like teaching. It's really what I look forward to every day. With these connections that you build with the kids, you kind of feel like it's almost like a family.
What I love most about teaching is that aha moments my students get when I got it.
Teach Forward is a program. It's for HISD graduates. We graduated through HISD, and then we go to UH and we earn our college degree, and we come back to HISD to teach, and they'll help reimburse us for some of our schooling.
Thanks to Teach Forward Houston, I'm able to join forces with U of H, get all this knowledge, and then give back to HISD.
It's an awesome program. A lot of support coming from HISD and UH.
They help me financially, they help me with connections to schools, connections to principals, guaranteed tuition paid, and then have a guaranteed job.
Houston's my home. It's been my home since I was born, and I really want to come back and impact the area that I'm my home. I want to provide the opportunities for the students that live where I'm from, and know that a lot of these students really need the help and provide support for them.
They helped raise me, so it's like, why not give back and help raise others so that we could stay here and we could just grow as a big family.
This is our city. This is our university. This is SIGHT, the Cougar Initiative to Engage. The University of Houston has developed SIGHT as part of the university's accreditation process. This Quality Enhancement Plan, or QEP, will create a learning environment which meaningfully engages local and global communities. SIGHT will improve students' professional skills like problem solving, communication, teamwork, and cultural competence. SIGHT will link classroom learning with the world through co-curricular activities such as internships, learning abroad, research, and service learning. SIGHT will increase the number and the quality of co-curricular activities, preparing students for the workforce and a lifetime of engagement. Through SIGHT, the University of Houston will enable students to lead and serve in their community, their city, and the world.
If you don't interrupt us very much,
Excuse
we'll
me,
get through this
Regents,
quickly.
can we have you sit, please? Thank you, sorry.
Yes. Crack the whip. Come on.
Oh, just kidding. Okay.
Brooks is
Ready?
in the back.
He's been waiting.
He doesn't have any U of H gear behind him on that bookshelf. We've been telling him he needed some.
Well, Chris is in the audience. Chris, Regent Brooks needs some UH footballs or basketballs, or I can get you one from the women's basketball, Doug, so you can put it back there. I'll make that happen.
Hey, Doug, for a couple of million, we'll fix you up.
All right. We ready? All right, let's get started.
You can't.
Good afternoon. As Chair of the Facilities Construction and Master Planning Committee of the University of Houston System Board of Regents, I would like to call this committee meeting to order. One quick thing I didn't get to mention on the Academic Success Committee meeting before we closed it. I do want to take a quick moment so everybody can congratulate. I don't know if you know, but one of our own, Ms. Marquette Hobbs, graduated with her associate's degree this Saturday from Lone Star College.
And is about to start.
And is about to start at UHD. So good luck, Marquette. All right. We can move on now. The first item requiring committee approval today is the minutes from the Facilities Construction and Master Planning Committee meeting held on February 28th, 2019. Are there any corrections to these minutes? There being none, may I hear a motion to approve the minutes? Second? Second, please.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The minutes of February 28th, 2019 meeting are hereby approved. We have 5 items listed on your agenda today for presentation, 3 action items for the committee's approval, and 2 items for information only. The first action item listed on your agenda today is item C. Approval is requested for the annual update to the University of Houston System Master Plan. University of Houston Master Plan. Mr. McShann, Senior Vice Chancellor of Administrative and Finance, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, thank you. So the University of Houston Master Plan update. We have Dean Oliver from the School of Architecture here to walk us through that. And we'll have a couple more, another master plan for Victoria following this.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, I don't have the controls over here, do I? Okay. So we've started calling our master plan the Centennial Plan because we're marching rapidly toward 2027. And most of our planning takes a fair amount of at least 5 years out in front of us. So we're coming up on it. In the current master plan goals, our stewardship of the physical setting on the campus, the sort of Beyond the Billion campaign, is part of our legacy for that 100-year centennial celebration. Growth targets linked to the centennial aspirations are supporting this as a destination campus, of course, and 4 gateways that we're concentrating on as a curated landmark buildings to improve orientation to the campus. As you know, or you may not know, there are 24 entrances to this campus. It's a very porous campus. And so to sort of combat that porousness, if you will, that porosity, we would like to concentrate on 4 major entrances that would focus on one of the primary interests and rocks, if you want, of the university, which include athletics, arts, health, particularly the medical center, and athletics, and the main, of course, the University Drive. Future initiatives, I'm going to talk about that a little more when we get to the images. Right now, I'm going to talk about the building updates. Science building renovation and other core projects are underway. Hilton Hotel additional room tower is in design process. UH Sugarland STEM building, UH Katy Academic building, a complete. Garage 5 is under construction. Garage 6 is about to start construction. UH Partnership building is in the design phase. And of course, the UH College of Medicine has been approved by the site. Recent purchases include the Chung parcels, which I'll point out in a minute, and our Tiger Trail connection path to the technology bridge. Let me go next to here. The buildings that you see in dark red are buildings that are under construction, and the ones that are outlined in red are sites that are just building sites for future consideration. The very, very small dot to the upper left on the site is the new partnership building with ACES. To that right, you'll see Garage 5, which includes also the arts sculpture area and the new technology lab for architecture and offices for public art. The construction of the parking garages on the periphery of the campus are part of the plan to move parking to the periphery and take the very valuable real estate in the center of campus, which is now currently surface parking, and convert that to building sites. And speaking about the Gateway plan, one of the things that has happened that spurred that along a bit is that the City of Houston has taken it up as a project to renovate and work on the Cullen Boulevard, the full length of it. They've been working with us, which means that that will allow us to turn that street into what we aspire for all of our major thoroughfares in the campus. It means that there'll be room for cohabitation with cars, pedestrians, bikes, carts, all of it. There's a curbless environment which allows more movement, especially when Cullen is shut down for major games and activities like that. They're also putting in more trees, so it's more pedestrian friendly, and they're actually putting in a better drainage system that goes along with that tree planting, which will allow that whole area to function better, both ecologically and physically for our students. That plan is something we'd like to match in the other gateways, which include the primary University Drive now, we'd like to consider calling it Centennial Drive as we move toward that 100-year anniversary. But the same kind of attitude with plenty of tree coverage, better drainage, better sidewalks, all of those kinds of things. And also the Arts Gateway, and eventually the Medical Gateway, where the new medical school will be sited. And the last image, of course, is the location of that medical school, building number 1. And that's the update. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean Oliver, for your presentation today. May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Any opposed? This item is hereby approved by the committee. The next item for the committee's consideration and approval is item D. Approval is requested for the annual update to the University of Houston Victoria Master Plan. Mr. McShann, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. This is the annual update of the University of Houston Victoria Master Plan, and Dr. President Robert Glenn has agreed to provide us an overview.
Members of the board, it's my privilege to be here to share with you very quickly, and I know we're behind, so I'm going to speak very quickly and go through this as efficiently as we can. You see the current master plan goals are up there. Those remain essentially the same. We are looking to expand our academic offerings. We've recently hired a new provost, Dr. Chansim Glenn, who is no relation, is coming from North Alabama. I didn't know him, but we will now have 2 Dr. Glenns from North Alabama at UHV. But Dr. Glenn has 2 graduate degrees from Johns Hopkins in the sciences, and he's currently the dean of the College of Engineering at Alabama A&M University, and so we're expecting to expand into the sciences under his leadership. We have a number of projects that are going forward. We expect next week that the City Council will give us final approval of the Ben Wilson Street project, and we'll move forward on that as quickly as we can. 18 months to 2 years would be my expectation. We're also currently working on a master plan for our academic facilities. In terms of updates, the University Commons building is nearly completed. We expect to move in. In fact, they're already moving furniture into the building as we speak. We expect to open the library in June, and we'll be having a ribbon cutting ceremony in August, and we'll make sure that you all get information about that. Smith Hall is moving along well. We expect to have the topping out ceremony on June 13th. The STEM building, we've just completed putting 122 50-foot deep piers into the ground, so now the foundation can begin to move forward. Town Plaza Mall, we expect to get a notice to proceed in June, and it will then be ready in July of 2020. As you know, this is the area that we're talking about. You'll notice that on the right side, area 15 and 18 are areas that we hope to expand into, so we are actively seeking to purchase property in those areas to give us some additional rooms. Being landlocked gives us some difficulties to deal with. But as you can see from this picture, work is proceeding and proceeding well. You see the University Commons there in the foreground on the right, which is very near completion. Smith Hall is just beyond it. In the upper left area, you see a large area there. That is our soccer field that we are currently completely renovating to make it more playable. And then this is what we will look like in a very short period of time. That's the final product there. It's a very exciting time for our campus. I will also say that we have great opportunities in Victoria proper. People there have been very warm and welcoming, and we're looking forward to having an impact. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. It looks absolutely beautiful where we're getting to. So thank you. Thank you, President Glenn, for your presentation. May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, this item is hereby approved by the committee. Our last approval item today is item E. Approval is requested for revisions to the University of Houston System-wide Public Art Committee Operating Procedures Manual, UH System. Mr. McShann, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Before I get into the details of the policy change, I just wanted to compliment the Chancellor for initially saying we needed to put the public in public art, and then for the help of Regents Mendoza and Regent Madison, and working with Emily of my staff to have done an amazing job, and it's really been accomplished what the Chancellor was looking for. So thank y'all for your support, and Emily, thank you for your hard work. These are just some changes to the Art Committee operating procedures. The first thing is they want to add 4 members to the committee. The chair of the Board of Visitors from Public Art Task Force, the president of the Faculty Senate, representative from the city, whether it be municipal arts, cultural, or tourism, and a member from the 3rd Ward. Those will be 4 new members. The next thing that the policy will do is change it. We currently have 4 art professionals that are external to the university. We're going to replace them with 4 art professionals that are internal to the University of Houston system, which I think will be a positive mood. And then the last item is protocol procedures as it relates to the temporary public art program, which if you hadn't heard about, you need to listen to about it, because it's a very exciting thing with the temporary as kind of the active art things that will be going on. But those are, it's just housekeeping changes to the policies and procedures for that committee.
Okay. So you're presenting and not Dr. Mesa, you did it for her? Or
yes.
Yes, okay, so you did her job? Okay, but I was also wanted to thank you, Dr. Mesa, for what you've done with the Public Art Committee. It is wonderful, and thank you for allowing me to sit on that committee. But what that committee has done, I think, has been just outstanding. So thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Wow. Well, Dr. McShann, thank you for your presentation. May I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? This item is hereby approved by the committee. This concludes the presentation and approval of our 3 action items today. I would now like to place the following 3 action items on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda. Number 1, approval is requested for the annual update to the University of Houston Master Plan, University of Houston. Number 2, approval is requested for the annual update to the University of Houston Victoria Master Plan, UH Victoria. And number 3, approval is requested for revisions to the University of Houston System-Wide Public Art Committee Operating Procedures Manual, UH System. May I hear a motion to place these 3 action items unanimously approved by the committee on the Board Regents consent docket agenda? Let me finish, sir. Just kidding. Thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right. These 3 action items will be placed on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda for final approval at the Board of Regents meeting that will be held later today, May 16th, 2019. The first information item listed on your agenda is item F, an update to the University of Houston Housing Master Plan, University of Houston. Dr. Richard Walker, Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, would you please introduce this item?
Good afternoon. About a year ago, we came before the board to give you an update to the University of Houston Housing Master Plan. As part of that conversation and discussion, there was a request to take a look at whether we needed to have student family housing and or faculty staff housing. So we went back to work with our consultants, Brailsford and Dunleavy, and did just that to look at whether we had needs in those particular areas. So I'd like to introduce Don Yackley, who's the Executive Director of Student Housing and Residential Life, who's going to provide an update to the plan.
Good afternoon. I'm very excited and proud on behalf of Student Housing and the Division of Student Affairs and Enrollment Service to give this brief and quick update to the Student Housing Master Plan. As Dr. Walker mentioned, we did an original plan in 2012, and since that time U of H has grown so much and the student population has changed dramatically, and a recent influx of over 3,000 beds from private housing companies has come on campus, and we have found that it is critical to do an update to the plan. We did that in 2 parts. Part 1 was looking at our traditional housing program, as listed on the left on the screen, and you can compare that to the privatized housing that has come into the area on the right. Part 2, as Dr. Walker mentioned, was looking at that specific question about faculty staff housing and graduate student and family housing for graduate students and professional students. Brailsford and Dunleavy did the original housing refresh in 2012 and master plan in 2012, and we had them come back and they did the same process, demand analysis, market analysis, looking at U of H data, focus groups, surveys, etc. What's really exciting about the first part of our refresh was we got a lot of positive affirmations on the student housing program. For example, 60% of the student surveys indicated that the availability of housing on campus was an important factor in their decision to come to U of H, which speaks to the health of the housing program, but also the role that housing has in recruiting students to UH. That is a 21% increase from when they did the survey in 2012. Additionally, through their research and look at us, they found the following: that students said that housing on campus was exceptionally convenient, that it helped them acclimate to life at the university, that it enhanced their overall experience, that it positively impacted their academics. They found the environment safe, and they learned about people who are different from them. All of this is complementary to our own student housing data that shows students live on campus, have a 3.02 average GPA, that freshman students who live on campus complete more course credit hours than commuter freshmen, that sophomore students on campus complete more course credit hours than commuters, and the same for juniors and the same for seniors. Additionally, our 4-year, 5-year, and 6-year graduation rate is stronger than commuter students. All of this is to say I have a huge head and impossible to live with. Additionally, our consultants went out of their way to point out that our retention is stronger than schools who are similar to UH in their experience. If you take a look at the column on the right, comparable schools, they say their retention rate is about 50%. Ours is much higher and grows as students stay and progress in the housing. So overall, for that first part in our traditional housing program, they found that housing was going in really good directions. There is off-campus privatized housing competition growing, and that we needed to stay on our game, essentially. The upside of that first part is that they determined that housing has about a 2,000 bed count demand, potentially. And I'll talk more about that in just a moment. Going into that part two, or that specific look at the faculty staff housing and graduate and professional student family housing, we did find that there is demand for between 95 and 130 units, units being a mix between 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom apartments. The primary market for that was faculty and staff, followed by graduate and professional student family housing, and an unknown amount of medical student housing need in the future. The primary driver for that seems to be a Houston commute, which is not a surprise, right? A perceived tightening of the rental market in Houston, and something really nice and affirming is that respondents wanted a greater connection with campus. I thought that was great. So just to review it again, in our traditional area of housing, on the high end, the demand for future housing is about 2,000. They're recommending to look at about 1,100 to 1,200 for that demand. And then again, if U of H wants to go in the direction of faculty staff housing, graduate student professional family housing, that demand is about 95 to 130 units. Looking at the prioritization, I want to mention before I go too much into detail, the map on the right is from our consultants. These are their ideas and suggestions, not absolute. So obviously a lot more conversation would need to take place. But looking at prioritization, first priority going forward is Moody Towers. Moody is a great building, but it is not serving students at the U of H standard. And its facility condition assessment report shows that a replacement is in order. The location suggested for that is number 1 on the map, which is the current location of Moody Towers. The second recommendation is to look at graduate student, professional student, upper class apartments. As indicated by number 2 on the map, those are currently parking lots, and again, just the consultant's perspective suggestion to consider. Number 3 is a recommendation to do a major renovation of Bayou Oaks. You might recall that Bayou Oaks was built by a private company, and U of H took over the management in 2013, and it's in need of substantial work. Number 4 is a program recommendation to look at the university lofts and identify a floor or two and make it so that it's professional student and graduate student housing only, because we got feedback that they did not want to live with undergraduates. So, and then number 5, if U of H decides to go in this direction, faculty, staff housing, and family housing for graduate and professional students, with a recommendation down where the new medical school is going. So looking at the timeline, the projected phasing, you may recall that the quadrangle is under construction right now and scheduled to open, will open in August 2020. And then we're looking at Moody Towers next, scheduled to open in 2023. Then we're looking at the graduate student professional housings that I mentioned, and the Bayou renovation in 2024 or 2025. And finally, the faculty staff housing in 25 or 26. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's a lot of information. But thank you for bringing that to our attention and to the board. Does anybody have any questions? No, there being none, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Walker, for your presentation as well. This item was given for information only, and no committee action is required. The last item listed on your agenda today is item G, the quarterly reports on major capital projects, UH system. Mr. McShann, would you please introduce this item?
Absolutely. Again, it's the regular quarterly updates we do on the facilities. We started doing them when we began. I think it was about 11 projects worth about $2 billion across the system about 3 years ago. Fortunately, we're at the point now where Dave is going to kind of focus on the ones that are coming to fruition between now and the start of school in September. So we've moved from the digging part to the actual completing part. So it's a little more exciting.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jim. As you noted during all these master plan updates, significant growth at all of our campuses. So I think this is an opportunity to sort of take a deep breath and look at what's coming to fruition this summer. We have a lot of capital work that has been underway, and so I wanted to show 7 projects that we expect to be substantially complete by the end of the summer. So these projects span a great depth and wealth of types of buildings, from revenue-driven projects like student housing and parking garages to TRB work with Sugarland, Katy, and the STEM building and down at downtown. So we've got a large variety of projects that are all finishing up and a tremendous amount of growth at all the campuses. I'll talk a little bit about each one briefly. Obviously, we've got a brand new STEM building that I think it's an ST building is kind of the shorthand for this one, that we are building out at downtown campus. We are looking at being done here this summer in July. It's a brand new facility, I think, that pretty much addresses all of our STEM needs down at the downtown campus. It is very student friendly, as you can see here from some of the pictures, as well as just being a very attractive building. The key thing I think from a facilities viewpoint is that it also incorporates a new central plant, which will feed the growth of the campus as it moves forward. Here on this campus, to help address our parking needs and to deal with future growth of those, we have a parking garage number 5 is what we have going over in the Fine Arts District. As you can see, it's well underway. It's hard to miss if you drive down Elgin. 2,500 cars. In addition to that, we will have a small building attached that will deal with some office space. It also will have some food venues, as well as College of Architecture, College of Fine Arts will be in the building as well. So a nice facility on that side of campus that will address the needs for parking as well as other needs. This, I should mention, is a 2-phase project. The first phase is the parking itself, which will be online by this fall. And then the building is the second phase, which we'll have online by looking at January of next year. Old Science renovation, officially the Science Building. It is a very key element, first domino of our core renovation projects. It will be online this summer. It is a generic swing space that we have been building out. As you can see here, we went down literally to the concrete and are bringing it back. So this is going to be equivalent to a new building inside. At the same time, though, we maintained the exterior look and sort of legacy appearance of the building as part of our core buildings. This is, I think, the second building on campus, I believe, 1939. So as you can tell, it had although it's been renovated several times, it still needed a lot of work. So great opportunity to get into one of our old buildings and get it up to speed.
I just want to make a correction. Go back to the slide. It shows the budget is 100 million for this renovation, Old Science renovation, and 100 million budget. That 100 million budget is for the core renovation project, which is 6 buildings.
Absolutely, I apologize.
This is first of the 6 buildings.
This is the first of the buildings, correct. So overall project budget is shown. So.
Thank you.
As you're aware, we have a new building going up at Katy as part of the new campus. This is the first building, hopefully of many. It is going to be complete this fall. We will have classes starting in it as a fall semester. You can see some renderings of the building up there. It is very unique shaped. It's an L-shaped with a courtyard in between the two L's. We are sharing this building, Victoria, and sharing it with UH. We will have our nursing and engineering programs in there. And as you can see, it's well on its way to being complete. We also have a new facility at Sugarland. This is our a technology, College of Technologies building that is going to be online this fall. We are in the final acceptance of it. We also did some parking upgrades around the area just to make it all work well together. So again, another beautiful project. In Clear Lake, we have the new student housing, a 300-bed facility that we are building out. It is our first on-campus student housing. They do have other private partnerships in place, but this is their first Clear Lake managed facility. So it is scheduled to be online this fall, and so far we are doing well on that project. Dr. Glenn mentioned briefly the University of Victoria Learning Commons project. You can see that here, some of the photos. It is a modern library, basically. It's got a lot of government, a lot of student activity areas in the building, as well as the bookstore, a lot of other facilities like food courts as well. So. And last but not least, I did want to touch upon the Cullen Boulevard Transformation Project that we are collaborating with the city and the county. This is an initiative that started up last year. The county was able to obtain funding from the federal government to improve the streets around the University of Houston and around SU. So the Cullen Boulevard portion of this is going to be from 45 all the way to McGregor. As you can see here, it's broken up into two segments, and that's primarily due to our request. We wanted to make sure we keep the disruption into the athletics corridor to a minimum, especially during the upcoming football season. So we'll be starting on this, or the county, will be starting on it. It is a county-led project. We'll be starting on this in May, and you can see segment A, which is going to be from Wheeler down to McGregor, is the first section that will be under construction. As to what's going to actually happen, as you can see here, the scope of the work was primarily improve pedestrian safety, which we'll be doing. Secondary was to help our storm drainage, which is always a challenge around Houston, especially on our campus. We will be transforming it from 5 lanes to 3, and this is based upon the traffic data that we collected on this section of Cullen. This provides a benefit because we're going to be taking that extra space and creating pedestrian and bicycle lanes on each side of Cullen. As you can see there on the bottom right, looks so nice. You can see on each side we will have extended pedestrian walkways. So it's a great opportunity to improve the aesthetics of the area. We'll have trees, bus stops, improved bus stops. We'll have branding opportunities with the lighting and on the lighting that goes along there. So overall, a huge transformation of the Cullen Boulevard going through our campus. And that is all I have. So
Right,
questions?
Thank you very much. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of beautiful things happening
Yes, ma'am.
on all of our campuses. So thank you, thank you. Are there any questions? All right.
No, it's great. It's just amazing.
Thank you, thank you. This item was presented for information only and no committee action is required. It should be noted that an executive session will not be held. So does anyone have any further questions or comments?
Yes. Are we building something in here right now? Y'all smell the glue?
I know, I do.
Paint?
Yeah, I smell that all of a sudden.
I thought maybe
I think
since it
somebody
was the
needs to check it
facilities
out.
meeting, y'all were trying to give us a taste of it.
It's free, though. All right. If not, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
I did smell it. What is it?
What do you think it is?
It smells. Can you smell it? It's like glue or something.
What are you guys trying to do to us, Brendan?
I feel like I'm
Get
getting
us
high.
Get us high or something?
Keep us awake.
Am I on finance? Oh, I gotta go take a
Fall asleep.
Take a quick break?
We
still
can
have
take
one
a-
committee meeting.
Yeah,
before
we
board.
can take a quick break.
Do you have any questions on the? Good.
You got all the time you want.
Oh, come on. I got you back on time.
Back on schedule now, thanks.
So, yeah, thank you.
I'm so happy that you had a little bit of work to do this.
Now you got,
You got to buy last time.
Now you got to approve it. Now you got to approve all the money stuff.
Oh, money's
I know
easy.
how that goes.
Where are you gonna get all the money? Take a photo of the region, that's pretty cool.
You can stay here with me. Bail me out.
Back again.
Everything's pretty.
Did you send him?
You know,
Here.
I need to take a photo with everybody.
Behind him?
I
Yeah.
know. That would be so cool. Look at him. I mean, he has put on jacket and tie and has a pin also.
Hi, my name is Kira Mudd. I'm the Director of Alumni Relations and Annual Giving with the University of Houston, Victoria. I've
An anonymous $10 million gift by a patient family to the Texas Center for Learning Disabilities has cemented its future as a world-class interdisciplinary research institution. The Texas Center for Learning Disabilities investigates the diagnosis, treatment, and causes of learning disabilities in children and adolescents. Housed at UH, the consortium also includes the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston and the University of Texas at Austin. The UH system is the first public university system in Texas to launch a temporary public art program. It's part of the 50th anniversary celebration of public art of the University of Houston system. The temporary public art program will commission pieces from world-renowned artists to be displayed at the 4 system universities. And as part of the UH Energy Initiative, a team of students designed a sustainable car for the Houston Art Car Parade. The collaboration between students from engineering, architecture, and art was an opportunity to apply what they've learned in the classroom for the real world. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
Okay, the 2017 Employee of the Year has been part of. So listen, we got to take all these all over again. It's my great honor to announce that the 2017 Employee of the Year is Denise.
My name is Bill Eminette, and I'm an associate professor of exercise science at the University.
You know, this is the people's bill.
Who else do we need to add to this? Whoops, am I good? Dr. Morgan, did you wish to add the?
The moment it became
Explore a natural landscape, tour the new rec center, and meet friendly professors who are here to guide you at UHCL.
Good afternoon, and everyone, and welcome to our meeting. As Chair of the Finance and Administration Committee, I would now like to call this meeting to order. The first item requiring committee approval today are the minutes from the February 28th, 2019 Finance and Administration Committee meeting. Are there any corrections to these minutes? Do I hear a motion to approve these minutes as distributed?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are hereby approved. We have 3 items listed on your agenda today, all requiring committee and board approval. After each action item has been presented, I will ask if anyone has any further questions and call for the vote. Once the presentations have been concluded, I will then seek a motion to place the approved action items, if appropriate, on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at our board meeting to be held later today. First action item for the committee's consideration is item C. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods or services, excluding construction contracts, at the University of Houston system, the UH system. Mr. McShann, Senior Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, this is our regular list of contracts greater than $1 million for goods and services which require the approval of the board, which we actually got to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute. We have 7 items, I believe, this year behind tab C. The first item is for campus-wide irrigation, landscaping, and mowing services. Perspective on this, David been here about 3.5 years, and one of the biggest things I heard when I returned to the university was the lack of satisfaction with the appearance of the grounds. Yes, ma'am.
That was me.
Yeah, there was a lot of yous that, but anyway, so as part of this, so David initiated a contract to supplement our mowing services, et cetera, which has been very successful. So it's just basically time for that to be renewed. We spent between $450,000 and probably $500,000 per year between mowing, irrigation, and landscaping. So this is basically $600,000 a year available for the remainder for additional work that's planned. It's interesting to note that we do a student satisfaction survey, and one of the highest ranking, if not the highest ranking level of satisfaction is our grounds, which gets about a 4.8 out of 5, if I'm not mistaken, on satisfaction. So I want to compliment David on that. Any questions on that contract? Thank you. The next item, I'm going to let David talk. This one is just really contracts for the maintenance work at both Katy and Sugar Land.
Of course, as I mentioned a moment ago, we've got 2 new buildings coming up, one in Katy and one in Sugar Land. The maintenance, custodial, ground support for those buildings is something that this contract will address. Because of the distance, it's very difficult for me to support these buildings from the main campus. So this will provide a contract service that will deal with those services and provide and support those 2 buildings at those 2 campuses going forward. So that is the new contract. For that purpose, it's intended to be a 3-year base term with 2 option years for these services.
Those questions on that, we'll move on to the next one. This is a request to increase the contract with Zio Group Fiber Optic for fiber optic cable services. This is was initially a 20-year contract, started in 2004. It's got 5 years remaining on it. Spent about $50,000 a year. It's this is not unusual. They provide the fiber optics. They're our internet service provider. They expand things if we need it, and some of the fiber we actually lease from them. So it's I did a little looking into it, and a 20-year contract's not unusual for something like this because you're an ongoing relationship with the person you're leasing the fiber from, as well as internet service provider. But our IT department does on a regular basis annually review to make sure that the prices they're receiving from this company is in line with what's available in the market. So this is a request to increase the contract by $500,000. Got my number here, hidden. 1380. Where'd it go?
Yeah, they're going up about.
Yeah, about $500,000. Basically, we've got between all the building that's been going on, the additional extension of fiber, and then the leasing of it, et cetera, is just the cost we anticipate to incur over the next 5 years just to the expansion.
Regent Mendoza.
Yes, well.
Unheard of, but, I mean, can we, that's a long time.
Yeah, no, actually, that's why I did some questioning on that.
And then there's no hub participation or request of hub participation.
We followed up on that as well. So a lot of what they do, if it's the individual services or the fiber that's already in place, we're just paying them a lease rate for it, but they do look for hub participation wherever they can when it comes to when they're installing the fiber. And they said that so maybe 6% or so is actually what they get from the available amounts that are eligible for hub readers of availability.
But is this normally an activity where you have multiple potential service providers, or really there's one provider?
Yeah, I mean, like the internet service provider, you're only going to have one of those.
Right.
And then you're going to rent your fiber from, lease your fiber from just one company.
This is fiber. I mean, this is
Yes.
This is in the ground.
Yeah,
copper
in the ground, in the
wire.
walls,
Right,
et cetera.
in the walls, et cetera.
Yeah.
So,
So at no time are they putting in new fiber to the new buildings that we're doing, or?
Well, that's part of the cost here is the expansion of the existing fiber. So that's where there is the opportunity to use hubs in the actual implementation process, and they do.
So I think we need to, or we can look at how we can
Good point.
incorporate a percentage in there, because if we put zero, they're not
Yeah,
gonna do
no,
anything
that's-
out.
that
And I
caught
do
my
know that
attention.
there's companies
Yeah.
out there that do
Yeah.
that type of work, so especially if it's a 20-year contract, and we're not,
Yeah.
I think we should look into that.
Absolutely. And again, probably hub goal of 0 is not appropriate because our goal is always higher than that. So they actually use it, hubs where they can. Okay.
And well, and at best, if they would record it, even if it's a zero, that would be, it would be a good base thing for them to do.
I agree.
Yeah, I think we
I
can look
think
into that piece.
those are good points.
Thank you. Ready to move on to the next one? The next item is requesting approval for a contract on the bookstore. We basically had the same bookstore provider since we first began leasing the bookstore, I don't know, maybe 25 years ago. Barnes & Noble. Under Emily, Dr. Mesa's leadership, once again, we've gone out and solicited proposals. The two primary bookstore companies are Follett and Barnes & Noble. We brought in an outside expert to assist us who actually knows the market and the trends in the bookstore business on university campuses. Emily led a committee that included library representatives, academic representatives, staff representatives, et cetera, to reach this conclusion. So they've selected Follett to be our new bookstore provider, and from a number of people that have been at universities with Follett, they seem very excited about that decision. It's going to generate about $2.4 million a year. It's not a whole lot more, similar to what we traditionally earned on this contract, but with the advent of all the online media, et cetera, there's not as much profit in it for the bookstores themselves nowadays, so we don't get as big a commission, but they're less profit. But one of the biggest changes is we've modified our commission percentages in such a way that historically, I believe we received the same 15-16% for both general merchandise as well as classroom supplies, books, et cetera. So to try to decrease the load on students, the commission on the classroom supplies, books, et cetera, is now 12%, while the merchandise commission has gone up to 20% to offset it. So we'd rather keep the pain as low as we can on the student side of things. I'm sorry?
If anybody wants to go over there and
Yeah,
take
that's what I
advantage of the sale, there's a lot of great,
Yeah.
they're selling everything.
That's a very good point. From what I was told, Follett offered to buy the inventory as part of the transition, but instead they've decided to put it on half price. So based upon, if you, that's what I was just going to say. If you're not at least X large or double X large, you may be in trouble.
That's okay.
But otherwise, you get 50% off almost everything. So. Emily, are there any other significant differences between the providers other than the, that's Dr. Mesa, go ahead and. Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Legacy. Any more questions on that? Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is the contract for the fundraising constituent relationship management system. That is a description of the advancement system. You may recall that we, as part of a review, Don has recommended that we implement a new advancement/development system. Ours has been around, I was trying to ask Ray if he knew how long, and he said at least since 1994 when he got here. So the new system will be have all the functionality and discussion with Eloise that she needs to cover everything from alumni relations, stewardship, prospect development, financial reporting. It's the whole suite, if I'm not mistaken, of activities that's undertaken by the development department. So it'll be a gigantic step forward.
Just for clarification on that, if I recall that we had this information being reported in separate systems in the past, which were difficult to reconcile. So this will provide a complete solution. We don't have to worry about reconciling two different systems.
Correct. I mean, yes, it has the functionality such that we can set it up in such a way that we can capture what is tying to the financial system from the development system, as opposed to it all being future gifts versus current gifts, et cetera. So yes.
Right. Okay. Good.
Again, it's $375,000 a year, and we're going to spend about $1.5 million on the implementation, with outside implementation primarily, which is the best way to go on a system of this size. And we will make sure the project's managed well so that we don't have an out-of-control project. Even though it's a relatively small project from a information technology perspective, they all have the potential to run amok if they're not managed properly. Any questions on that? Thank you. Okay. The next item is currently the Small Business Development Center, their lease expires in August or September, and they're looking at whether they want to stay where they are, move to a different location. They need additional time to do that, so they're requesting to extend the lease by 7 months at $50,000 a month, if I'm not mistaken, while they continue to make that decision. Our real estate group is assisting them and try to determine if there's something more better available for a cheaper price, or if their current location is the best solution. Questions on that? Okay.
No, it has nothing, I mean, not to do with the contract, but that source that they provide is extremely helpful for small businesses. We've used it on my company, and staff have used it on several accounts. It's incredibly useful to small businesses.
Well, that's great. And the last item is a shared services agreement for the University of Victoria. Historically, Victoria College has had the library, which University of Victoria has leased access to the resources. With the building of the student commons down in Victoria, all the library resources will be at the University of Houston Victoria College, University of Houston Victoria campus, and in turn for the next several years, current lease would be for 4 years, 3 months. Victoria College will be receiving access through this services agreement to the University of Houston Victoria campus to access and utilize their library resources in the new facility.
Does anyone have any further questions? May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
Second.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The item is hereby approved. The next action item for this committee's consideration and approval today is item D. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for projects at the University of Houston system. Mr. McShann, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. Thank you. We only have 2 items for your approval today. The first item is the expansion of the dining facility at the University of Houston Clear Lake. There's a lot of small projects within this project. In total, all the projects will be about $3 million. It will be a expansion of the area of their current dining facility, as well as a complete renovation of that facility. And it's all tied to the new food service contract that we entered into last year with Chartwells. In addition, with the more students being on campus, they would expect to have a lot more demand for food service, and I think they're trying to improve the overall food service experience down there compared to what they've historically had. Again, that's a $3 million project that will, again, be several projects that will be based upon the timing of what doesn't interrupt their school activities. Questions on that? Okay. The next item, it's time to go back out for job order contracts. Basically, we would have we currently have 5 vendors, correct, Dave?
Yes.
And we would like to go out for 5 more. Again, these are for projects that are either of smaller than $250,000 is our guideline. I mean, I have the authority to make an exception to that just if something makes sense, but in general, that's a rule that our facilities follows without further approval, and it's to address emergency needs, small projects, where you don't have where you can avoid the 6-month lead time that's required to procure anything within the state. This, just for your perspective, David checked, and not it's for everyone. I apologize. For about 46% of our job order contracts expenses have been with hubs over the last 5 years. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. So basically, we're just going to look out for whether it be the 5 the same ones, 5 new ones, put it out for bid. Again, we will hope to have a minimum of 2, if not 3, hub providers on this list, and these are the excellent jobs because of the size of them for hubs to be successful with. So we'd be looking for an initial term of 5 years. Is that correct, Dave? Yes. $30 million with an optional term for 2 more years. Is that 2 more years?
5 years total.
Oh, yeah, okay, 3 years, $10 million a year, 5 firms, $2 million per firm is their max, with the option to increase, go for 2 more years if we're satisfied with these 5 firms.
Yes, Regent.
So when we go out for bid, and just the same comment as before, is that I'm hoping that we did some kind of performance evaluations on those that had the prime contract.
Yes, absolutely.
To make sure that we want them to bid again, or that we want to entertain them to do the work again.
Yep.
And then definitely, of course, the hub participation. Also just want to kind of look at it. I believe you told me this before, is that you have some kind of a system, so if something comes in, it goes to one, and then the next one, depending on what the job is. Is there a certain kind of way that we choose the job, or is it in line until they first right of refusal, go to the next one, or how does that work?
When we select jobs, what we look for are specific skill sets that each one has. We try not to get one that does, that all 5 of them, we all do this kind of the same work. We want groups and contracts that make sense. So what we do, the actual awarding of the work to the job, it's based upon, well, what was their skill sets, what's their niche, where can they perform? Because these are small contractors, so they're not big generals that can do everything. So some will be more focused on perhaps parking lot work, some are renovation work. So we'll try to line the work up with what their skills are, number one. Number two, how much work have we given in the past? We try to make sure we spread the work among the 5 and all are getting work. And last, and just what are their prior performance? You know, have they been working with us well? Have they been successful? And that will be a factor as well. So there's not a real specific formula, but there's sort of a attempt to try to make sure that all 5 of them are successful going forward in terms of the work we give them.
So maybe one of the other things I just might mention, and we may already do this, but just like when you have an employee and they leave, you do an exit interview sometimes, is that we give these contractors an opportunity to give their own exit interview, to say what they think worked best with our whatever procurement, our ability to give them work after they've won a contract, and that just might give us some perspective on moving forward in our
That's a great
procurement
idea.
to try to enhance our ability to do better. Maybe that if we're not doing it, we can add that to our exit interviews, if you will.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved as presented. Our last committee item today for approval is item E. Approval is requested to establish fiscal year 2020 College of Nursing tuition and fee rates at the University of Houston, UH. Mr. McShan, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir, thank you. So this is purely as it relates to 100% online courses related to nursing that is being managed, administered through our third-party partner, Academic Partnerships. You may recall we brought a contract forward about a year ago to go into partnership with them for purely online offerings, and nursing was the first group. So in working with them, they do the marketing, a lot of the administration, they do a lot of everything except for the actual course content and the teaching. But the bottom line is they've said our on-campus rates are too high. So we worked with them to propose rates for the online only, and which is significantly lower than our in-person rates. But again, these guys are the marketers, so they know what the market will bear. For example, UT Arlington is one of their early clients and really got into the nursing programs heavily. And within less than 10 years, they've now got 19,000 nursing students. So they do know the market. And you'll see a comparison to the UT Arlington on the, one of the slides, which is gives you an idea of how our rates are quite similar to theirs, so it makes sense. And since they get a large commission, they're interested in us doing as much revenue as we can, so it's in the best interest of everyone. So the rates that are proposed are for the RN to BSN, $268 per SCH, MSN administration, $373 per SCH, MSN education, $373 per SCH, and the MSN for family practice nurse practitioners, $585 per semester credit hour. The next, we've got the slide controls here. So there's on page 4 of the presentation, there's a comparison to the cost of other universities. And again, you can see how we're relatively close when it comes to UT Arlington, which is the fourth one down. You see that Tech is significantly lower, but Tech does not use a third party, so they can, 50% of the revenue from this contract is retained by Academic Partnerships. So it's going to make sense that their price point would be lower if they're administering it themselves without that overhead. Any questions on that?
No questions? May I hear a motion to approve? Second. All in favor? Any opposed? This item is hereby approved as presented. This concludes the presentations of the 3 action items for the committee's consideration and approval today. I would now like to request that these 3 action items be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval as follows. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods or services, excluding construction contracts, with the exception of the 4 athletic contracts listed in the agenda item at the UH system. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for projects at the UH system. And approval is requested to establish fiscal year 2020 College of Nursing tuition and fee rates at the University of Houston. May I hear a motion to place all 3 of these action items on the board's consent docket agenda? Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? These 3 action items, unanimously approved by the committee, will be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at the Board of Regents meeting held later today. I would now like to move to section 2 listed on your agenda, the executive session. It should be noted that an executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have any further questions or comments?
Yeah.
Regent Brooks, as a member of the committee, any questions or comments?
No, sir. I think I saw him with a U of H stuff. Dr. Regent Madison said he has.
And we can't hear his response, it should be noted, but
Looks like he's giving a speech.
Since there being no further business to come before this committee, this meeting is hereby adjourned.
I think he wants to say something about Salem Moody Towers. He got upset when he.
No, he was on the. Okay, so I understand that we have something going at 2:45 as a group that will need to be assembled. So, and otherwise, Marquette's checking with the chairman to see his preference after that. So why don't we take just a short break, 10-minute break until, and everyone come on back, like seriously, like mean it at 2:40, 10 minutes.
Seriously, 10 minutes.
Like, not two, like 240, 240.
Not 242.
Yeah. What you want to do?
Obviously calculated. I'd like to ask this.
The University of Houston system set out to raise $1 billion and did it 18 months ahead of schedule. Almost 179,000 donors have donated to the Here We Go campaign. Building on the momentum, the campaign will now go beyond the billion before concluding in 2020. The strategic focus of continued fundraising centers on scholarships, endowed professorships, and campus identity projects. Psychology professor Clayton Neighbors believes cognitive dissonance can help curb college drinking. In a new study, heavy drinking students give advice about drinking to younger students, and it's posted online. He thinks the heavy drinkers will actually then drink less because they won't want to be hypocritical of their own advice. And fueled by labor shortages, experts predict that robots will make up 25% of the hospitality workforce by 2030. Companies that embrace the new technology will have a competitive advantage, according to a new study by researchers at the Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant Management. New service systems will learn from consumer behavior, increasing efficiency and enhancing the experience. Governor Greg Abbott has signed a bill to add the University of Houston College of Medicine to the Texas Education Code. This formal recognition in state statute authorizes public university systems to approve curricula, operational protocols, and allows eligibility for state funding. UH hopes to admit its first class of medical students in fall 2020, pending federal accreditation. The University of Houston College of Nursing received a $3.5 million donation from HCA Houston Healthcare to benefit faculty, staff, and students at the college's future location in Katy and its current home in Sugar Land. The gift funds a faculty endowment and endowed professorship and a nursing simulation center in Katy to give students hands-on training. Senior graphic design students are teaming up with well-known graffiti artist Gonzo247 to beautify the Cullen Boulevard I-45 underpass. The project covers 22 pillars of the underpass, with designs that symbolize the rich history of the 3rd Ward, Edo, Eastwood, and UH. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
Okay, the 2017 Employee of the Year has been part of...
My name is Dr. David.
Hello, I'm Dr. Estela Hernandez Gillette. I'm a graduate of the University of Houston Clear Lake. I retired from
2019 Employee of the Year, Jules Mason.
Well, again, congratulations to all our winners. They've done an outstanding job.
Hi, I'm Natalie Paul, Administrator with Houston Methodist. At the class lecture on Thursday,
Good morning, Facebook.
Icy weather is blamed for multi-billion-dollar losses every year in the United States. University of Houston professor Hadi Ghasemi and a team of researchers have created a new coating capable of repelling ice from any surface, saving industry from costly delays and damage related to ice. The coating is applied as a spray and will last for more than 10 years with no need to reapply. The nationally ranked UH track and field team has a new state-of-the-art indoor track. The $2 million track was donated by Net Lease Capital and includes a 6-lane, 200-meter banked oval, an 8-lane straightaway for sprints, and runways for long jump and pole vault competition. The track will also be used to hold indoor meets for runners of all ages. And congratulations to Kelvin Sampson. The UH men's basketball coach recently recorded his 600th career win while leading the Cougars to their best start in school history. Sampson is the 57th coach in NCAA Division I men's basketball history to reach 600 wins. For the latest, make sure to subscribe.
All right, can I have everybody's attention, please? We are getting started right now. 10 seconds. I have a quorum, so I am starting. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome everyone to the meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. I'd now like to call this meeting to order. The first item listed on your agenda today is item 2, open forum. And no one has signed up for open forum today. So we'll move on to the next item listed on your agenda, the approval of the minutes from the following meetings. December 7th, 2018 special called Board of Regents meeting. January 9th, 2019 special called Board of Regents meeting. And February 28th Board of Regents meeting. Would y'all please glance through those real quick and make sure there are no corrections to these minutes?
Move for approval.
Second.
Wait. I want to make sure that there's no change to these minutes as distributed. Is there a second? Yes.
Second.
Okay. Favor. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The motion carries and the minutes are hereby approved. Our next item of business is our student regent, Andrew. We have a wonderful proclamation for you, Andrew.
Thank you.
And do I have any notes on that? Did y'all want me to say, or can I just say my own words? Is that in this agenda somewhere? Okay, you've got it for me. You've got it. All right, you go ahead.
All right, are you sure?
Yes, you go right ahead.
Definitely my honor. So I will be quick. It's a lot, but it's well deserving that this proclamation is given to you, Andrew. It reads, whereas Andrew Z. Teo was appointed to University of Houston System Board of Regents in June 2018 by Governor Greg Abbott, serving with distinction until his term ended on May 31st, 2019. And whereas Andrew Z. Teo was the 13th UH System student to be appointed to the Board of Regents by the Texas Governor as part of a group of 10 students appointed each year to represent their respective public university systems. And whereas during his tenure, Andrew Teo diligently and wholeheartedly fulfilled a wide variety of Board of Regents assignments, including, but not limited to, member of the Academic and Student Success Committee, 2018 to 2019, and member of Finance and Administration Committee, 2018 to 2019. And whereas Andrew Teo fulfilled his duties with tremendous enthusiasm, commitment, and dedication, attending dozens and dozens and dozens of events with donors, alumni, legislators, and the university community. Whereas Andrew Teo has devoted hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours to Board of Regents work and the many other activities in which he was involved in spite of the heavy demands of pursuing his Bachelor of Business Administration and Finance degree from the C.T. BOR College of Business, with a minor in marketing and accounting, graduating just Tuesday, with a, listen to this, people, perfect 4.0 GPA. Here, here. And whereas Andrew Teo follows his lifelong dream and prepares to enter law school in the fall, he was admitted, or I should say, he was accepted into many of the prestigious law schools, but just yesterday or today decided to accept Harvard Law School. Congratulations.
And see, Andrew, if you would not have spent so many of those hundreds of hours, you could have done better than that.
Okay, and I'm not done yet. So, whereas Andrew Teo has served in several capacities at the University of Houston, including Vice Chair of the Student Fees Advisory Committee, Vice President of Programming for the Residence Halls Association, and Treasurer of the Honors Student Governing Board. And whereas Andrew Teo also interned in Washington, D.C. for the Office of Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard and worked for the White House Initiative on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders the following summer. Whereas his exemplary tenure has brought honor and distinction to the University of Houston system. Now be it therefore resolved that the University of Houston System Board of Regents issues this resolution in appreciation of Andrew Teo's devoted and distinguished service to the University of Houston System as an able advocate of the University of Houston System's 74,000 students, dated the 16th day of May. It's my honor, Teo, to read this out loud for you. Thank you for serving. Appreciate it.
And Andrew, can the Chancellor and I please at least get a selfie with you with your proclamation?
It's going to be worth a lot one day.
And my traveling buddy, right?
Yeah,
Andrew?
Victoria.
Our Victoria traveling buddy.
Are we going to stand behind Doug?
I think they're going to do it.
Sweet
Oh.
16, buddy.
He probably.
We used to give you frames.
Okay, thank you. Entire board, come up with me.
You can get one at that new bookstore provider.
Doug?
Get a Photoshop.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Come on here, come on.
I'm hoping for a proclamation one day.
Say a few words. To say a few words.
Sorry, Doug. Next, we have a very. Next, we have we're going to break for a second to recognize some people who worked tremendously hard this last weekend and made all of the commencements come off unbelievable, and we could not do it without all of you guys. I'm going to let the Chancellor recognize you, but y'all failed to give me the new times, and therefore I missed every one of the commencements. So I'm not impressed, but the Chancellor is, so go ahead.
Oh, I think that's amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's amazing.
Last Friday, Saturday were really very rough days here because of flooding and rains, and we had many commencements scheduled. And as hard as it is to move, one event, our staff had to move several events and still make sure that everything was safe for people, that people got informed. And all the graduations were full. People had great time, it was very upbeat mood. So the Friday's commencement ceremony, several of them were rescheduled for Sunday, and Saturdays were one rescheduled on Monday. Since Chairman doesn't see his email and Twitter, he did not know when the times are there. But we did have, and I just wanted you to meet, because these are the most ceremonial as well as substantive academic ceremonies that a university can do to confer degrees. And these staff people, they sacrifice their Mother's Day to be here and just run everything so smoothly. So I want to bring them forward. Tonya Jones is in the special events team. So I'm going to ask Tonya to bring the other leaders, and Tonya, if you would just allow everybody to say their name as well as where they actually do the rest of their job all other times, because this is on top of their job.
Hi, I'm Melissa Mayers. I am the Assistant Dean for Student Affairs at the College of Optometry. I am dressed for success today because we have office cleanup post-graduation.
Love it, thank you.
Michelle Lumen, also College of Optometry and current student services.
Thank you.
Jeremy McDonald, General Manager for Aramark within athletics.
Thank you.
Sergeant DeMarcus Williams, UHPD Special Event Coordinator.
I'm Ray, UHPD Special Event Coordinator. Thank you.
I'm Matthew Castillo, I'm web streaming, and I got to get back over there because I'm doing this one too.
Good afternoon, I'm Janie Graham. I'm the Director of Academic Affairs for the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, and we held 2 events back to back.
Scott Mason, Hobby School of Public Affairs, and we actually had our ceremony here on Sunday, the same room.
Emily Janowski, Hobby School, Public Affairs. I'm the events coordinator, and my husband actually graduated in here on Sunday.
Oh, great.
Good afternoon. Chris McDonald, Interim Director of Environmental Health and Life Safety and Director of Fire and Life Safety. Thank you.
Derek Gabriel, Director of Student Affairs, College of Law.
Spencer, Executive Administration, Law Center.
Melissa Lowry, I'm the Program Director for Graduate Studies for NSM.
I'm Ann Sullivan, Academic Advisor 2 for the Hines College of Architecture and Design.
Good afternoon, Carrie Miller. I'm actually the Director of the Colon Performance Hall, where we host commencements.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Dominguez. I work for the BOR College of Business. I am the Department of Business Administrator for the undergrad, and we're very proud of Andrew.
Tiara Walters, Program Manager for Student Engagement for the CT BOR College of Business.
Tristan Sims, Program Director for the College of Natural Sciences and Mathematics undergrad.
Well, I wanted to present these very hardworking, wonderful, and non-complaining staff to you all, just to see how they smoothly they could just transfer everything and make this happen. So thank you all for what you do otherwise, and thank you so much for what you did last weekend. We really appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Chris, did you belong up there as the Fertitta Center Coordinator for all those commencements up there? Jeremy. Oh, Jeremy. Where's Jeremy? Hey, Jeremy. All right. Once again, we really, really, really do appreciate you, and just can't thank you enough. I know we had a lot of happy graduates and families. Thank you all very, very much. Okay.
When I saw Tanya's face on Sunday night, she was so exhausted. Tanya? Yeah, she was like, oh, that's a great pick.
Is there anybody else, any of y'all would like to recognize before we get started again? All right. It was very nice. It was, that was
very well.
That was great, Chancellor, to do that. It's nothing like, we forget how important it is to be recognized sometimes. So, all right. Our next item of business is presentation by the University of Houston Faculty Senate President on the importance of teaching at a research university like the University of Houston. Dr. Raul Ramos, UH Faculty Senate President, will you please come forward? Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Thank you again for this opportunity to address the Board of Regents. I want to reintroduce myself. Raul Ramos, I'm Associate Professor in the Department of History, I've been teaching here at the University of Houston for 16 years now, and really have seen the university transform, including a 3-year stint as faculty in residence in one of the residence halls here. I also want to introduce the president-elect of the Faculty Senate, associate professor in the political science department, Jerónimo Cortina, who is here today as well. I especially enjoy this particular time of the year around campus, seeing students take selfies with friends, parents, grandparents walking around campus dressed in really finest dress of their cultures. I mean, that's when you really get a sense of where all our students are coming from. It's inspiring to see students feel a sense of accomplishment and even a greater moment of promise for what the future holds. I'm also mindful of what is behind a UH degree. Our students earn bachelor's, master's, doctorates, and other professional degrees that are backed by the expertise and rigorous evaluation of the university faculty. These degrees represent the fruit of our teaching efforts, including a 4.0 that was earned by Regent Tao. As a Carnegie-designated Research 1 institution, our faculty meet the highest standards of scholarship and discovery in their disciplines. At times, an artificial distinction is made between teaching and research, as though excellence in one area means a depreciation in the other. I can say with confidence at the University of Houston, our teaching is our strength because of our research, and our teaching at all levels fuels our research. This is what distinguishes the University of Houston in the region and in the state, that we are able to bring these two elements together. But more importantly, we are also conducting research on teaching and leading the state and nation in those areas as well. Now, I want to pause here for a second because I think I'm breaking one of the central advances that we've had in teaching that we're actually pioneering here at the University of Houston. What I'm doing is lecturing to you. That's also known as passive learning. Right. And we know through research that students at all levels are able to learn in deeper, longer-lasting ways through active learning. And these methods stick with students longer. Allow me to give you a brief example here. I would like all of you here and remotely to take a piece of paper and pause for a moment and reflect on an educator, a teacher, a professor, a mentor that made an impact on your life. Write down the name of that person, if you take a moment. As an educator, I watch pens, I look at where people are looking to see how this is being received. Now, I want to take one more step here. What is it about that person that you most remember? Write down a word, a feeling, or an example of something that happened with that person that makes you remember that person, that makes them so memorable to you. Now, here's where now this is active learning. You've been participating in this process. It's not passive anymore. You're engaging, you're doing thinking. But there's one more step in active learning, which is communicating it and expressing it, and the learning that happens among students and between students and the classroom leader. So what I would ask you at this point is that the exercise is not over until you are able to talk about that. So if I could take a moment to ask one or two of you to tell me who that person is and what it is you remember about them. Who would like to begin?
Peter, why don't you...
Right, don't make me call on you.
You don't have to. Someone else beat you to it. I wrote down actually, it wasn't even my professor ever. It was Steve Zamora, the late former acting law school dean and professor who Tony Busby and I taught a class with him at the Law Center. And so what I wrote down was interest. He was very interested in what was going on with us and with our practice and other families, and he demonstrated a real interest in my life and what was going on.
And do you mind if I ask you what that class was?
It was called Litigating Contract Disputes. Very exciting.
So
okay, contract disputes. One other example. And by the way, your grades are in already, so
Gerald, I would love to hear
this is not going to come through on your
mind.
transcript.
Do you mind? You can pass if you like.
Well, I guess not. I mean, mean, you might trade me if I don't.
I'll get a first rounder, though.
Well, I wrote down Mr. Simmons, who was my 8th grade mathematics teacher who took me through about 3 years of middle school math in 1 year.
Wow. So it was that, his ability to take you through vast amounts of information.
Well, it was more his encouragement and his, as a teacher, someone who led you and to begin to think for yourself and to think about the possibilities in your own life and help cause you to work to your capacity and not to the limits being placed on you by the school systems.
Right. And that's exactly it. What we remember most of the time is that interaction, whether it's the interest, the encouragement. It's not a fine point of contracts law that you remember that sticks with you the longest. It's the experience of the classroom that takes place in the classroom. That's what we reflect on when we're thinking of teaching. We're not only thinking about what's happening at that moment in the classroom, but where are students? What are students going to remember 10 years from now, 20 years from now? And part of that is because we've gone through it before, so we have a sense of how that happens. But another part of this is because we're thinking about how students learn, how information comes across, and how they're able to make it useful, to bring it to life, as it were. So what we're thinking about is 20 years down the road in a couple of ways. We're thinking about 20 years down the road in this area of how we learn in terms of that personal interaction. But we're also thinking about 20 years down the road because what we're teaching now is we're teaching students to engage the world of the future, not just the world of the present. They are not only going to meet challenges that we could never imagine today, but they're also going to be part of shaping that world in the future. And so we want students to leave the University of Houston not just understanding how things work today, but to see their ability to change that world in the future and to change themselves to engage to that new world as it comes. And changes happen. That demand, essentially to be able to become a lifelong learner, is one of the key things, one of the most important things we can instill in our students when they're in our classrooms. Now, the University of Houston is leading and teaching across many disciplines. Thanks to the efforts of Provost Short, the University of Houston has gathered higher education institutions across the region to coordinate and support students who might be transferring into the University of Houston from 2-year institutions and other 4-year colleges through the Houston ways that Houston GPS has I wouldn't say preempted, but understood the kind of coordination that the state is now requiring all of us to take in order for students to more easily go through the entire higher education system. But we're doing so by maintaining the standards of excellence and the meaningful teaching that we do as professors in our classrooms. The University of Houston Faculty Senate has been central to overseeing the development of new courses, of core course requirements, of new degrees and new majors, of changes in degrees and majors across campus. The Senate ensures that experts in these areas meet the rigorous standards that each discipline requires, and that our UH degrees maintain its prestige and value. The Faculty Senate will not sacrifice quality and rigor, but at the same time, we make it our job to also understand those new state requirements. So we are negotiating between the demands that exist around us and bringing our faculty to meet those demands. Collaborations are taking place across campus that tie individual strengths of our academic units together. For instance, the Teach Houston program, which is a partnership between NSM and the College of Education, has brought in significant federal funding to prepare our students for teaching in STEM fields and improve the area of STEM teaching in general across schools in the Houston area. I myself am involved in a Mellon-funded grant to rethink our introductory American history courses, which, by the way, are a state requirement, right? The 2 years of American history, introductory history is required of all students who graduate from Texas. And we've been working on developing this developing inclusivity in teaching. And inclusivity here, I think, is important to state that it's not just inclusivity in terms of the subject matter, and in some ways historians have been working on this for a while already. It's inclusivity of the students themselves. In other words, to think of, not think of ourselves as teaching history, but think of ourselves as teaching students history. And so in that regard, we look at starting where students are and moving them up, moving them into these deeper areas of understanding and awareness. We are also at a moment when technology is changing and student demands in terms of their time and their availability are changing around us. And I can confidently say that the faculty at the University of Houston remain engaged in innovative and leading pedagogy that reaches students where they are and moves them to where they need to be. Faculty have been innovating in areas of online education and what I think is promising hybrid education, which mixes online with face-to-face teaching, that responds to student needs, maximizes university resources, and maintains the excellence of our faculty. I see the impact our research faculty make in the classroom every day. The Senate supports programming that highlights the faculty excellence in both teaching and research. And later this year, the Senate is organizing a day-long conference to facilitate conversations between faculty, the new College of Medicine, and community groups around the area. Ultimately, we benefit from an institution-wide focus on teaching, one that brings together institutional research, advising, housing, instructional design, all the external support we have as faculty, and puts it together with our field area expertise. And in that regard, links our research with our teaching to remain the preeminent university that we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Any questions?
So this is your last time presenting to us?
No, I still have two more.
But
I will.
Right, I would have been disappointed.
Well, I will say that we are. I should advise the Board of Regents that we are shifting our leadership structure, and in the future we will be conforming to the academic year. Currently, we're on on a calendar year schedule, but we'll be moving to an academic year to sort of match the rest of the operation of the university.
That was excellent. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
we
you.
all appreciate you very much.
All right. Bye-bye.
That item was presented for information only and requires no board action. Next on your agenda is our committee reports, which list the board's consent docket agenda items. These items have been considered and unanimously approved at each of the board committee meetings which were held earlier today. Pursuant to BOR bylaw 6.9, any regent may request that an individual item be removed from the board's consent docket agenda and addressed by the full board. I would now like to ask the chair of each of these committees to present their respective reports. Our first committee report today will be addressed by the chairman of the Endowment Management Committee, Regent Durga Agarwal.
Thank you, Chairman Fertitta. The Endowment Management Committee met earlier today, May 16, 2019, and unanimously approved the following action items for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval as follows. Number 1, approval is requested of the University of Houston System Endowment Fund Statement, Investment Objectives and Policies, U.S. System. And number 2, approval is requested to modify the contract with Cambridge Associates LLC and delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute the amended and restated contract to provide investment advisory services for the University of Houston System, U.S. System. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next committee report will be addressed by Regent Peter Taft, who is the chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit and Compliance Committee met earlier today, May 16, 2019, and there were no items brought forward today from the committee requiring final board approval today. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report.
Thank you so much, Regent Taft. Regent Madison, would you please give us your report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic and Student Success Committee met earlier today, May 16, 2019, and approved the following action items for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for final approval of the board today as follows. Approval of faculty promotion and academic rank, U of H system. Approval of faculty emeriti appointments, UH system. New mission, vision, and value statements for the University of Houston Clear Lake, U of H system. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report.
Thank you so much, Regent Madison. Next, Regent Paula Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities, Construction, and Master Planning Committee meeting was held earlier today, May 16, 2019, and the committee unanimously approved the following action items for submission of the board's consent docket agenda as follows. Number 1, approval is requested for the annual update to the University of Houston Master Plan, UH. Number 2, approval is requested for the annual update of University of Houston Victoria Master Plan, UH Victoria. And number 3, approval is requested for the revisions of the University of Houston System-wide Public Art Committee Operating Procedures Manual, UH System. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Next, our final report from the Chair of the Finance and Administrative Committee, Gerald McKeeb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Administration Committee met on May 16, 2019, and approved the following action items for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval today as follows. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods or services, excluding construction contracts, at the University of Houston System, UH System. Second, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for projects at the UH System. And 3, approval is requested to modify fiscal year 2020 College of Nursing tuition and fee rates at the University of Houston, UH. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Regent McKelvey. Next, we need to call on a vote to approve the item as presented, which was the proclamation. Am I right? We don't have to vote on it?
You can.
It says that I know, but that's what I'm saying. I was going to vote on it now. Do we for the record, or is it something we can pass?
You can vote on it.
All right, we want to vote on your proclamation. Okay, we don't want to just give it to you. We want to make it official because the auditors could come in and ask for your proclamation back if we don't approve your proclamation. We're still trying to figure out how you got your proclamation if we didn't approve it, though. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Right here. Third, fourth, all in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead, Jim. Okay, I would love for, we're going to give you some time to speak now, Andrew.
I'll be brief, but...
No.
I'd just like to thank all of the members of the board, the chancellor, the chairman, for welcoming me into this role. It is the honor and the opportunity of a lifetime and certainly of a college career to be able to do something like this. And if it wasn't for all of your support and encouragement and guidance, I certainly would have no idea where to start. I think it's sort of audacious for any student to think that they can step into this role and know what they're doing. So I'd also like to thank Jerry, Brenda, and Marquette for putting me in a position to be able to take the steps into doing this for the past year. I'd also like to thank the administrators and the staff and the faculty and the students across the entire system. I've learned something from all of you, and I'm deeply appreciative that all of you have welcomed me into your respective communities. And it's been an honor to be a part of Clear Lake, of UH, of downtown, of Victoria, and to see how as a system we can meet the needs of any student in the greater Houston metropolitan area, regardless of what they're looking for in their higher education experience. And I'm just so honored and blessed to have been a part of that for the past year. So thank you all for making this a very memorable and enriching and educational experience. And don't worry, I'm bringing my Cougar, Hawk, Jaguar, and Gator gear to Harvard this fall, so I appreciate it.
Would you hurry up and get your law degree so we can run you for something?
You missed it.
No, I'll say, while he's reading that, I'll take a
Well,
point.
that's good.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
So since I've been on the board, I think we've had 5 or 6, and every year, I think,
Oh,
wow, that's the best student region. How did they do all that stuff? And every year, they keep upping it. And Andrew, I think, followed that ladder up. I don't think he missed. I mean, there was not an event that I went to that he wasn't at in every graduation. And doing that, I mean, UH Day at the Capitol, I think you covered them all. I mean, you were everywhere. And I have no idea how you do that and get a 4.0, which means all A's.
All the time.
Right, there's not like in, some of these deals where you get like a super A and you get like, 10 points or something. I mean, he flat out got all A's. So hats off to you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You do have all the talents. Not only do, a lot of times, all A, anytime students don't have the ability to present themselves as you do. God gave you lots of gifts, and God gives us all different gifts, and a lot of people don't take that gift and use it to their ability. And even though you're still a young man, you have shown your Maker and all of us, that you've taken your God-given gifts. And I don't think you'll be one of those A students that work for a C student like me. I think, I think that you're an A student, and you'll have lots of A's and B's and C's working for you. So congratulations, and what a pleasure it was to have you.
Thank you very much. That means a lot. Thank you.
All right. Pursuant to Board Bylaws 6.9, does any regent wish to request an individual item be removed from the board's consent docket agenda and addressed by the full board or for further discussion today? If not, may I have a motion to approve all items as presented in each of the committee reports? Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All items listed under the various committee report consent docket agendas have been approved by the full board. The next item on our agenda is approval of updated campus carry policy, University of Houston. Ms. Cornell, Vice Chancellor of Legal Affairs and General Counsel, will you please present this item?
We have a couple of updates to our campus carry policy. We have added a definition for a temporary exclusion zone to clarify the policy and to define the University of Houston campus. We've also added language that says open carry is not permitted and provided criteria for these temporary exclusion zones. This was really designed to deal with kind of these one-off situations where we may have a very well-known person who may have on campus and may have security issues that we need to address, and this will give us the flexibility to deal with those situations. And so we're asking the board to approve these changes to our campus carry policy.
Are you going to present it and
That's
really
it.
talk?
I just
That's
did.
it?
That's it. That's all.
You don't think we need to get into more detail? Does anybody have any other questions about it? No?
That's it.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve this item as presented? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? This item is hereby approved. Next, a report on University of Houston System Strategic Framework Plan and Progress Cards UH System. The next item is listed on your agenda. Please note that this item has been pulled from the agenda and will be presented at the Board of Regents meeting to be held in August of 19. I know a lot of y'all were expecting that, so we had to let you know. Next on our agenda is Board of Regents 8 item report on admission standards U of H system. Ms. Cornell, would you please present this item?
Right. I have my colleagues from Student Affairs to assist. So in response to the governor's letter from March the 18th following the scandal in the admissions, widespread admissions bribery scheme across the country, he asked the board to review our admission standards and any opportunities for
I guess, vulnerabilities and inappropriate use of those policies. And we undertook that review. Dr. Walker and myself were asked by the chancellor to undertake that review. This addressed all 4 campuses. We did it in 2 parts. The first part, the one that my team led, was with regard to athletics and special talents. In that regard, we not only reviewed the policies and the processes that are used, but we also did a look back of 5 years of students who may had been admitted through that process and not stayed. As you know, some of those admissions of the scandal involved students who would be admitted as a student athlete and then not stay. So we did a 5-year look back. We did not find any abnormalities or any problems with any of the students that might not have stayed. They were all for very legitimate reasons, and there were very few of them. We did not find any problems with athletics admissions. The process is very separate and apart from the coaches. The coaches don't speak to the admissions officials, and there are multiple people involved in the admissions processes. So we did not find any vulnerabilities there. In the College of the Arts, we looked obviously for special talents, and we also did a look back there. And our only recommendation was a more beefed up policy with regard to the written policy that they would use for their admissions processes. And I'll let Dr. Walker talk about the other half of our review.
So the other half of our review involved working with each of the 4 institutions and their enrollment management individuals, and specifically their directors of admissions and in some cases the provost. What we did is ask each institution to submit to us their admissions policies. We then met with each campus individually after we had had time to review those policies and come up with our questions and our comments and some clarifications we wanted. We did meet with each of the 4 institutions separately, and then we met with all 4 institutions as a group to go over in general some of what we had found. In general, we did not find any major vulnerabilities. What we did discover is that they were all presented in different formats. So one of the things coming out of this process is we created a template that we were asking each institution to drop their policies into a standard template so that they're presented in the same format across all 4 institutions. They are working on that process right now, and they have a deadline of early August to complete that process. There were some minor cleanup areas, but no major vulnerabilities. And so those minor cleanups are happening as well as they develop their policies into the templates. The last piece that we did was graduate admissions.
Right.
We started that process a little bit later. So again, we had asked basically several questions because graduate admissions on almost every institution, in fact on every institution, is very decentralized into the colleges and in some cases the departments. So we had asked 4 questions relative to graduate admissions. Each institution has submitted their responses. Based on Donna and my review, that needs a little bit more work, so we're going to spend the summer having conversations around the graduate admissions piece. But overall, in general, we found this a very valuable process. I don't think that has happened across the system in ever, maybe. So I think it was a very valuable exercise for us. And in general, we're in very good shape with our admissions policies.
Yeah. And that's true on each campus. That is our report.
Okay. This item was for information only, and no board action is required. Our last item is student and health and well-being. Ms. Cornell.
We have Dr. Spann, Dr. Tilney, and Chris Pesman here to present this item.
Well, good afternoon. It's pleasure to be with you to share some information about really four medical conditions that sometimes affect college students and student athletes. We're going to talk with you about measles, rhabdomyolysis, concussion, and tuberculosis. Let's start talking about measles. Most of the people in this room probably have not had measles or seen folks with measles. If you were born before 1957, you probably had measles as a child. But measles is an acute viral illness affecting the respiratory system, causing high fever, cough, runny nose, pink eye, and a rash that covers the body. It typically is contagious from 4 days before the symptom starts until 4 days after the rash appears. Now, before the measles vaccine was developed and licensed in 1963, this country had an average of 3 to 4 million cases of measles a year, resulting in 48,000 hospitalizations, about 1,000 people developing a complication called encephalitis, which is an inflammation of the brain that leads to chronic neurological problems, and about 500 deaths per year in this country. However, the vaccine got rid of most of our measles, and in 40 years of practice, I can count on one hand the patients I've seen that had measles infection. In fact, in the year 2000, we declared that we were measles-free as a country because 12 months went by without a single case of measles reported in the United States. Now, as you have probably heard through the media, that has begun to change. And over recent years, we have seen an increase in the measles cases in this country and in this state. In fact, in 2018, we had 372 cases nationwide, and as of April 2016, we had already had 704 cases of measles in the United States. So we're over twice as many cases year to date as we had a year ago. In fact, in Harris County year to date, we have had 4 cases. Now, why are we having more measles in our country? There are really 2 main explanations. One is that there are more people traveling to the United States from countries where measles infection is more prevalent. And secondly, our vaccination rate has dropped because more and more people are claiming non-medical exemptions to have their children vaccinated. In fact, in our own state, in the school year 2009-2010, we had 19,050 non-medical exemptions, and last year we had 64,176. In a recent study published in the Lancet Infectious Disease Journal stated or estimated that Houston was the 9th city in terms of a risk of measles epidemic. Now, you might be tempted to think that measles is not a serious problem, but in fact it is quite serious. Out of every 1,000 measles cases, one individual will develop the brain inflammation that I talked about. 1 or 2 children will die out of about every 1,000. So this, is a serious problem. It's transmitted through respiratory droplets, people who have it and breathe, cough, or sneeze in the vicinity of someone who's not vaccinated. There is a 9 out of 10 chance that that unvaccinated person will catch the disease. So how do you prevent it? You prevent it with vaccination. And the vaccination we give is a combined measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. We typically vaccinate children between 12 and 15 months, and then gives them a booster between 4 and 6 years. One vaccination gives 93% effective immunity, and the second vaccination increases that to 97%. Now, the Center for Disease Control recommends that college students be vaccinated or have been vaccinated with 2 MMRs. That is because college students are at higher risk than the average population, as are people who travel internationally, as are healthcare professionals. If you look around the state, the country, there's a lot of variability in university college requirements for immunization. We do not currently require MMR immunization for our students, but are looking again at that policy. So, important problem. It has not affected our campus yet, and we hope that we won't have to face that in the future. Second problem I wanted to tell you about is rhabdomyolysis. You might say, well, gee, what is that fancy word? Rhabdo means muscle, myolysis means cell death, and it involves injury at the cellular level with cell death of muscles. There are a number of causes for that, but one of the more common causes, and the one of interest to us today, is what we call non-traumatic, meaning it's not due to a blow or an injury, exertional, meaning exercise-related rhabdomyolysis. This type of rhabdomyolysis arises with marked physical exertion, particularly in people who are not trained and in good shape, particularly in folks who exercise in extreme hot humid conditions, which may lead to exertional heat stroke, particularly if someone is not able to sweat and convect off their heat. For example, certain medications cause that, or wearing a lot of football gear causes that. And individuals with sickle cell trait are at a significantly higher risk of exertional rhabdomyolysis. Also, people whose potassium is low, either due to sweating or certain medications. And then there are some conditions that cause prolonged muscle contractions, such as seizures, delirium tremens, and alcoholic withdrawal. Psychotic patients who are very agitated, and amphetamine overdose can cause this as well. So what are the symptoms? Basically, muscle aches, muscle weakness, and brown urine. As the muscle cells break down, myoglobin goes into the bloodstream and comes out through the urine, and it looks like Coke-colored urine. Now, when people have a severe case, and they also have fever, nausea, vomiting, rapid heartbeat, and they can become fairly ill. So how do we prevent rhabdomyolysis, exertional rhabdomyolysis? Well, there are a number of ways to prevent this in athletes. First is moderation. What we say is we need to avoid too much, too soon, too fast, and too long in terms of exercise. Our training programs should start slowly and build gradually. We have to avoid overly intense conditioning workouts. We have to allow students to sort of build their conditioning at their own pace. We have to provide plenty of fluids, ensure that they're drinking plenty of fluids. And if we see a situation in which one athlete is affected, then we need to look for that in other athletes. Gradual exercise includes when students come back from summer break or winter break. They can't just jump in at the same level that they were before they took their vacation. When athletes experience rhabdomyolysis due to exertion, they have to be monitored, they have to rest, and they have to gradually resume their activities. I'm pleased to tell you that our sports medicine program athletic department has in place very excellent and clear guidelines that are consistent with the national standards of practice to prevent and diagnose when it happens cases of rhabdomyolysis, and I feel confident that our student athletes are getting adequate measures to prevent this problem, and then if they develop symptoms, they are immediately treated in an adequate way. Final thing I want to talk about is concussion. The medical term for this is mild traumatic brain injury, but we sometimes refer to it as sports-related concussion. There's a definition in terms of what the mental function is following the injury. Typically, this occurs in athletes when there is a blow to the head or to the neck or to some part of the body, and the force is transmitted to the brain. It's most common, of course, in contact sports like football, hockey, soccer, boxing, rugby. It's estimated that in our country on a yearly basis there are between 1.6 and 3.8 million cases of sports-related concussion. And the estimates are that in football alone, there is about a 10% incidence in college football and a 20% incidence in high school football. Now, you've probably heard a lot in the news in recent months about chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. There is some evidence that repeated concussions can cause cumulative neuropsychological deficits, including mental status problems, memory problems, behavior problems, personality changes, depression, Parkinsonism, speech and gait abnormalities. There have been some studies about that. It has been found that in terms of NFL players, there is a threefold increase in the incidence of neurodegenerative problems and a fourfold increase in the incidence of Alzheimer's. And there's some concern that college players who suffer repeated concussions may show some changes in their neurological function even short term. Well, the good news is that there are ways to prevent this in terms of adequate equipment, helmets, teaching athletes, football players, for example, how to tackle to avoid head trauma. And then there are ways to recognize the injury on the field, on the sideline, to do a neurological assessment, a memory assessment of the athlete at the time of potential injury, and once identified, to pull them from play. They should not go back to play because a second concussion within a short period of time can have disastrous consequences. We have in place a series of guidelines and steps for early identification, careful evaluation, and then treatment and rehabilitation of our athletes. These are consistent with the national standards, and they include giving the student athlete who has suffered a concussion not only a chance to recover physically, but also to rest their mind, to take a little time off from learning activities until their cognitive function is back to normal. Athletes are not allowed to resume physical activity of any significance until they have been totally asymptomatic for 2 days. And then following that, there is a 7-step rehab process that takes at least 7 days and maybe more, depending on the progression, before they're allowed to return to play. I think the key to managing this problem is prevention, early diagnosis of an index problem, and then prompt evaluation, treatment, and then careful rehab, and I'm confident that the guidelines and protocols that we have in place are allowing us to do a good job of preventing adverse sequelae in our athletes long term. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm here to just touch briefly upon tuberculosis, TB. So TB is caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis and is transmitted from person to person via airborne route, given the right duration, proximity, and conditions. One who has been exposed may develop symptoms and signs of disease known as active TB when a person breaks down with night sweats, fever, weight loss, cough, or they may have no clinical evidence of disease, and this is known as latent tuberculosis infection. Although the rates have been declining in the U.S., there's still a large reservoir of people with LTBI. It is the primary risk factor for developing active tuberculosis. So UH has had 2 cases of active TB within this past academic year, one in the fall and one this spring, most recently. Both were brought to my attention, and I immediately and closely collaborated with our Houston Health Department public health investigators. We communicated to targeted audiences depending on the level of exposure or potential for it. We followed with informational sessions that were provided to the campus audience. And subsequently, we pursued, they identified what we call the contact investigation, those most vulnerable and likely to have been exposed, and those individuals have been tested, and therefore we close the loop and complete the cycle on that. So the present objective currently is to follow the guidelines suggested by the World Health Organization, CDC, American College Health Association has guidelines that really suggest implementing risk-based screening, utilizing the best testing methodologies. And so we're looking at a policy for TB testing. It would be intentional in terms of screening all international students and moving forward with testing of those that may be coming from high-risk countries where there's a burden, meaning that if there's more than 20 cases per 100,000, and there's a list, again, generated that you can look up on WHO or CDC website. So that's the status. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks. How y'all doing this afternoon? We wanted to also kind of expand on some of the safeguards, additional safeguards we've taken to protect our student athletes. First and foremost, I think it's in your handout, we, prior to last fall, we created and presented to our student athletes a student athlete bill of rights for proper medical care. And to put a little context around that, what we wanted to ensure is that the student athletes, in addition to receiving the proper medical care, that the individuals that were providing that had gone through background checks and appropriate review to ensure that anybody that's been exposed to them, we knew who they were, and anybody that had access to our kids was somebody that we wanted to have access to our kids. And additionally, we accepted the NCAA passed and endorsed, and we integrated the inter-association recommendations for preventing catastrophic injury and death in college athletics or athletes. And there's really 5 components to that, and they sound kind of basic, but we can expand upon those if you have any questions. Sportsmanship was a core tenet, protective equipment, acclimation and conditioning, emergency action plan, and responsibilities for athletic personnel. Each of those are very significant in their own way, and in many ways we've added to those. Additionally, as it relates to item 5, the responsibilities of athletic personnel, every time we have a team workout, whether it's an individual strength coach taking out a student athlete that missed a practice and is catching up, or at any practice at any time, we always have supervised workouts with a certified athletic trainer. The certified athletic trainers have unchallengeable authority to pull or stop a workout, pull a student athlete or stop a workout at any point. If they see a kid in distress, if they feel like the conditions are necessary to stop that workout, our message to our coaches and to our strength and conditioning staff and to our trainers is that at any point those trainers can stop a workout and pull a kid. Excuse me. We continue to invest in the facilities and make investments in our student athlete welfare, most recently in a very significant way, obviously with the indoor practice facility. Again, being able in Houston to get out of the heat and get into a conditioned space during peak periods of training over the course of the summer and fall are a huge advantage for us. That's not something that's just used for football. It's also used by our other sports programs, soccer, baseball, those sports that need field access. A unique aspect that we just put into place as we roll into the fall is all of our, about 20% of our student athlete population does not have primary insurance. And so we provided or are providing primary insurance for that segment of our student athlete population that didn't have it. Additionally, we created and I've added 2 full-time certified athletic trainers. And when we made the transition with the football staff, essentially the strength and conditioning staff, there were 5 full-time strength and conditioning staff that were assigned to football. We created a separate entity that is Olympic sports strength and conditioning. So it's full-time certified strength and conditioning staff that are assigned to each sport. So we don't have GAs or part-time employees working with them. It's full-time employees. Pardon me. I think it's not clicking. That's it. So that concludes our presentation.
This was really informative. You know, it's things that we don't touch on, and we really do appreciate it. I don't know whose idea this was, but it was great. Donna, I think it was yours we talked about. But it was really informative, and we appreciate it. We ought to at least do this at least once a year. I don't think we've ever done this before, but I do think it's very good. Anybody have any comments or questions?
Were the 2 instances of tuberculosis, were they related? Do they know each other? Do we think that's from the same source? Are they completely unrelated instances? And I gather from the presentation that they were international students. So were we able to get a diagnosis very soon after their entry into our student population?
So I can answer the first part. They are unrelated. Both individuals had no contact with each other, that didn't know each other. They were in different areas.
From the same country?
Different countries. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But
that's a concern.
Well,
or not.
You know, TB is just worldwide. There's 9.6 million cases estimated per year that are new. And so there's a lot of morbidity and mortality related to it. It's just really a prominent infectious disease worldwide. And so the majority will either, you know, clear it like and tuck it away as an infection that can rear its ugly head later in life if you get immune suppressed. So oftentimes what we find is that these students who do come from a high risk or high burden country for TB, they get here and they situate themselves, and it could be that they're months into their program and they get stressed out and
Before
perhaps
they
they're
have symptoms.
Yeah, and then they start to develop symptoms. Mm-hmm. So the idea would be to, you know, help them and help us protect the community by screening. And there are definite guidelines out there that are very clear that, you know, they can just go down step by step and answer where they're from, and if it seems like they might be coming from one of those places, they can get a blood drawn or the skin test. Here at our Student Health Center, we perform the quantiferon test, which is an immunogamma assay release assay, and it has good sensitivity and specificity, so we can sort of eliminate false negatives and false positives. But the point being is, if the TB screening test is positive, then you pursue a chest x-ray to ensure that the individual does not have active TB, obviously, because it's the active form that we are concerned about in terms of being contagious.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
When we have a student-led group that goes to other countries or travels abroad for school, is there anything that we have when they come back for a screening? Or, I mean, I don't know how that would work, but have we thought about that as well?
So that is an excellent question, thank you, and it is something that is being discussed as we have this dialogue about a preliminary policy involving learning abroad. So if a student goes indeed to a place for 2 to 3 months, that's a consideration, as well as language and culture center. So,
thank you.
It's really kind of hard to do anything. People are traveling back and forth every day. It's a global world, so.
I understand.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was for information only, please. Next, the highlight of our day, our Chancellor's report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This week, University of Houston system is had some and will be having some more, but total 24 commencement ceremonies. And in these commencement ceremonies, 10,411 degrees are being granted. But the good number to remember is over the year from the University of Houston system, we have granted 17,056 degrees. I mean, it is incredible the impact that University of Houston system makes on University of, on the city of Houston. I wanted to show you a 20-second video because obviously you assign me duties and you expect me to do some things, but once in a while you have to do things that you're not assigned. So this is from a commencement ceremony on Monday. So it's a 20-second, very short clip, and if you would just watch and then I can explain to you what happened. So I wanted to show it to you. I wanted to show it to you because the MACE carries the academic integrity and academic power of an institution. And at the time of investiture, the Board of Regents gave me the MACE to protect it. So that was the reflex, and I lunged for it regardless of what happened. We saved it. So in any case, that was the first news. But as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of public art at the University of Houston system, it will soon launch a first-of-its-kind temporary public art program. This is with a specially commissioned piece by world-class artists. We hope that a temporary exhibit will bring many art lovers to the University of Houston campus, at the same time exposing our students to public art. The first of those pieces is a large acrylic sculpture by an Argentinian artist, and we are very excited about it. This will be installed this summer. In terms of University of Houston's, there you saw the Here We Go campaign report, but I'm also pleased to tell you sometimes partnerships evolve into something more than what you anticipate. HCA, that is our partner hospital for the medical school, recently also gave $3.5 million of gift to the College of Nursing in order to do several things, a simulator as well as endowed position and so on. Another $10 million of grant was given by an anonymous donor, a very grateful patient family, to the Texas Center for Learning Disabilities that we have here at the University of Houston, and it has cemented its future as a world-class interdisciplinary research unit. You probably saw also in yesterday's newspaper, Houston Chronicle, it was a one whole full page on Diamond Family Scholarships that the Diamonds gave for $17 million to endow the support for foster care children. Also, on April the 1st, which is just a few weeks back, we opened an outpatient on-campus clinic. And the clinic is in a beautiful place. Anytime you want to take a tour of it, it's right there in Health 2 building. There's a student clinic on the second floor and the outpatient clinic for the community and for faculty and staff on the first floor. Our College of Medicine faculty will be giving their clinical services there and seeing patients. In 2 months, in July, we will start University of Houston residency program. in 4 specialties. So that will automatically start to increase our footprint in the healthcare. And you will see, and we are still, I'm thinking about whether they should wear all red, their resident, clothes. That would be nice, really, to make a statement. In terms of faculty members and administrators honored, there have been many, many honors, and I'm just going to mention a couple of them here. Laura Frischman, who has received a 2019 Esther Farfel Award. This is the highest honor University of Houston can bestow on a faculty member. She is a John and Rebecca Morse professor, and she's in College of Optometry, and she has been associate dean there. Your very own Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs and Provost, Paula Myrick Short, has been honored by the Association for Women in Mathematics for her work to support women and women of color in STEM and other key fields. The Texas Commission on the Arts has selected Rick Lowe, Project Row House founder and professor of interdisciplinary practice in the Catherine G. McGovern College of the Arts, as the 2019 State 3D Artist. That is the state's highest recognition for excellence in the arts. 11 graduate programs this year have been ranked in the top 50 by U.S. News and World Report. The UH Law Center has 3 top 10 programs: health law, number 6, intellectual property law, number 7, and the part-time program, number 9. The Graduate College of Social Work was ranked number 22nd among institutions offering a master's degree program in social work. They were up 2 spots from last year's ranking. They have been consistently going up. 3 Cullen College of Engineering programs also ranked in the top 50: Petroleum Engineering, number 14, Chemical Engineering, number 36, and Industrial Engineering, that is Regent Agrawal's home department, number 48. In terms of new leadership, there are 2 new deans coming. You met Dean of Optometry and Dean of BOR School of Business. Paul Pavlo will also be joining. However, we have also recruited another person who is very key to the future of the University of Houston, and that is the Director of HR, whose title here is Associate Vice Chancellor and Vice President for Human Resources. He's coming to us from Louisiana State University, Gaston Reynoso, and you will get to see him sometime soon. There have been many, many research grants. We've done better than last year, and you'll see when the progress cards come forward. We had to postpone the progress cards because some of the numbers have not been finalized yet, and we want to bring it in August when the numbers are there. But there have been many grants, and some of the interesting ones have been in all different ranges, but think about it: opioid research, kidney inflammation, lupus, and biomed markers through smartphones. So your faculty are doing all kinds of fascinating cutting-edge research that is immediately applicable to advancing the healthcare in the country. University of Houston Clear Lake is doing many, many great things. They are right next door to NASA, as you know. Evelyn Miralles, virtual reality pioneer and NASA's Chief Engineering Technology Strategist, and she is an alumna of UH Clear Lake. She has been named as UH Clear Lake's Associate Vice President for Strategic Information Initiatives and Technology. In this role, she will identify high-value technologies that support state-of-the-art teaching learning models, as well as provide leadership in science, innovation, and technology. Under the direction of President Ira Blake, UH Clear Lake has partnered with the Balanced Scorecard Institute to create a framework to strategically plan for continuous assessment and improvement at UH Clear Lake. This is strategic planning leadership is engaging stakeholders, including faculty, staff, students, alumni, and community partners, and will be a key to UHCL's future. UH Clear Lake's graduate student Carly Hinkle, under the direction of Dorothy Lerman, psychology professor, is creating a training protocol to train police officers how to adopt their approach for people on the autism spectrum. Hinkle received her BS in psychology in 2017 and is scheduled to complete her MA in behavioral analysis in 2020. At the University of Houston downtown, you saw the wonderful Latinas Achieve program, but there are many other things going on as well. 2 veteran higher education professionals will soon fill key leadership positions at UH downtown. Jonathan Schwartz, who we trained right here at University of Houston, has been named Dean of the College of Public Service, and Jimmy Jung has accepted the position of Vice President for Enrollment Management. These key positions are critical for University of Houston meeting its mission and vision. Candace Tenbrink has been named the recipient of a Fulbright Scholarship. Tenbrink, an assistant professor at UHD's Maryland Davies College of Business. She'll travel to an institution of higher learning in Poland to teach innovation and entrepreneurship strategy. And finally, UHD spotlighted excellence in teaching service curriculum and scholarly activities in its annual faculty award. Many awards were given out to faculty who are doing outstanding work. I will not name their names, but your report that you have in front of you and will be posted on the website contains several of these names, and congratulations to those faculty. At the University of Houston, Victoria, 3 faculty members and the Senior Training and Development Coordinator in Human Resources were recognized for their outstanding work. Again, because these people do this outstanding work, that an institution moves forward, and all of these people have been outstanding, and again, their names will also be posted on the website, and they are in your report, and I always send out this report to all members, faculty, and staff of the University of Houston system. UHV and the San Antonio Independent School District entered into an agreement to provide extensive advising and financial support for up to 10 graduating high school seniors to attend UHV each year, starting in the fall. Financial aid for the SAISD scholars will be met through a combination of scholarships, grants, loans, and work-study opportunities. Finally, UHV was ranked 34th on the 2018 Washington Monthly Best Bang for the Buck Southern Colleges list, which places emphasis on each institution's economic improvement of students, research, and service. In addition to the overall ranking, UHV was ranked 15th in the Southern region for its 8-year graduation rate of 66%, compared with predicted graduation rate of 52%. So congratulations to all our institutions, the faculty, staff. I'm so pleased to always read these reports because there's so much good work going on, and I'm humbled to be part of UH system.
Great report, Chancellor. Again, it's amazing what's accomplished quarter to quarter. I would now like to move into our quick executive session. The Regents will now go into executive session pursuant to the sections of the Texas Government Code listed on page 4 of your agenda immediately. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Patricia Hunt Holmes, the author of Searching for Pilar. My book is the story of a young married woman.
More Than Bricks, the fundraising campaign to build a new University of Houston Law Center building, has reached the $10 million milestone. The proposed $90 million 5-story building would replace an aging, flood-prone structure. The UH Law Center will now ask the Texas legislature for $60 million to support Phase 2 of its building campaign. The Center for Mexican American Studies and the City of Houston are joining forces to host Latino Art Now Houston, a 4-month citywide celebration that explores and celebrates local and national Latino and Latin American artists. LAN Houston features more than 70 art exhibitions and other forms of cultural engagement at UH area museums, galleries, and cultural centers through May 31st. And UH Assistant Professor Julia Wellner is leading 2 different expeditions in Antarctica, studying how melting ice sheets will play a role in future sea level rise. The West Antarctic ice sheet currently represents the largest ice loss in Antarctica, and scientists say if it were to completely melt, global sea levels would rise by about 14 feet. NCAA has appointed University of Houston President Renu Couture to serve on its Division I Board of Directors. The board provides strategic direction and oversight of committees responsible for academic policies and standards, infractions appeals, and day-to-day decision-making, while also engaging presidential leadership from member institutions. UH men's basketball coach Kelvin Sampson is the American Athletic Conference Basketball Coach of the Year and one of 4 finalists for the Naismith National Coach of the Year Award. Sampson led the Cougars to a 31-3 record, the program's first outright regular season conference championship since 1984, and a number 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. And 11 graduate programs at the University of Houston has been ranked as top 50 programs in their disciplines in the 2020 U.S. News & World Report Graduate Program Rankings. The UH Law Center has 3 top 10 programs and 7 in the top 50. The Graduate College of Social Work was ranked 22nd, and 3 Cullen College of Engineering programs cracked the top 50. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
My wife and I were able to set up the first private endowment here. We set it up
Dana Holgerson is the new University of Houston head football coach. Widely regarded as one of the top offensive minds in the country, Holgerson returns to UH after 8 seasons at West Virginia, where he was the second winningest head coach in program history. Holgerson was the UH offensive coordinator in 2008 and 2009 and is now the 15th head coach in UH history. Nearsightedness is increasing at an alarming rate according to the World Health Organization. In response, the University Eye Institute is offering a myopia management service to correct and manage nearsightedness in children, the age when the condition can rapidly progress. Treatments include special contact lenses worn at night to reshape the eye and slow the progression of myopia. The program is the first of its kind in Texas. And one of the world's leading abstract painters is displaying her work at Blaffer Art Museum. The exhibit features 10 large-scale paintings by Rebecca Morris, marking the first time the Guggenheim Fellows' work has ever been displayed in Texas. The museum is open 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday, and admission is free. The exhibit runs through March 16th. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe. After a record-setting year, Kelvin Sampson has signed a contract extension to remain head coach of the University of Houston men's basketball team through 2025. Sampson led UH to 33 wins, the first outright conference title since 1984, and the team's first trip to the Sweet 16 in over 35 years. The Hilton University of Houston is getting a $30.4 million expansion and renovation. A 5-story tower with 71 guest rooms will be added, nearly doubling the total number of rooms. The expansion also includes more meeting and event spaces. The Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant Management is the only hospitality program in the world where students work and take classes in an internationally branded, full-service hotel. And the UH American Sign Language Interpreting Program brought a first-of-its-kind experience to deaf art lovers. Senior-level students interpreted a docent-led tour for deaf patrons at the Museum of Fine Arts Houston. The UH students researched facts about the artwork and developed talking points with the docents for the tour. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
I think that it brings access. The museum already in and of itself is accessible. If you're deaf, of course, artwork, something that's visual, would naturally be interesting and entertaining to you. But if you want to know the details, if you want to really get your questions answered about the artwork, well then that's going to require days, weeks, if not months of advanced preparation to secure an interpreter, hope the interpreter shows up on time, hope the interpreter is prepared because it's a large museum. So to have these students practice on dedicated art pieces, have the deaf community come out and support them, it's such a reciprocity between the interpreting students, the interpreting community, and the deaf community. I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity.
Lots of the docents are super enthusiastic, as well as us. This is an event that's never been done before at the museum. It's catering to a whole new audience. It's really rare that museums like this will have that opportunity for the deaf community, so we're kind of hoping that this is a leeway. This is just the opening for it to have a ripple effect in Houston.
We're back at it again. We're here at the Jaguar Village. It's UHV move-in day. It's a little quiet, so we wanted to take some time.
Connecting with the students is one of the main reasons I like teaching. It's really what I look forward to every day. With these connections that you build with the kids, you kind of feel like it's almost like a family.
What I love most about teaching is that aha moments my students get when I got it.
Teach Forward is a program. It's for HISD graduates. We graduated through HISD, and then we go to UH and we earn our college degree, and we come back to HISD to teach, and they'll help reimburse us for some of our schooling.
Thanks to Teach Forward Houston, I'm able to join forces with U of H, get all this knowledge, and then give back to HISD.
It's an awesome program, a lot of support coming from HISD and UH.
They help me financially, they help me with connections to schools, connections to principals, guaranteed tuition paid, and then have a guaranteed job.
Houston's my home. It's been my home since I was born, and I really want to come back and impact the area that I'm my home. I want to provide the opportunities for the students that live where I'm from, and know that a lot of these students really need the help and provide support for them.
They helped raise me, so it's like, why not give back and help raise others so that we could stay here and we could just grow as a big family.
This is our city. This is our university. This is SITE, the Cougar Initiative to Engage. The University of Houston has developed SITE as part of the university's accreditation process. This Quality Enhancement Plan, or QEP, will create a learning environment which meaningfully engages local and global communities. SITE will improve students' professional skills like problem solving, communication, teamwork, and cultural competence. SITE will link classroom learning with the world through co-curricular activities such as internships, learning abroad, research, and service learning. SITE will increase the number and the quality of co-curricular activities, preparing students for the workforce and a lifetime of engagement. Through SITE, the University of Houston will enable students to lead and serve in their community, their city, and the world.
name is Kira Mudd. I'm the Director of Alumni Relations and Annual Giving with the University of Houston, Victoria.
An anonymous $10 million gift by a patient family to the Texas Center for Learning Disabilities has cemented its future as a world-class interdisciplinary research institution. The Texas Center for Learning Disabilities investigates the diagnosis, treatment, and causes of learning disabilities in children and adolescents. Housed at UH, the consortium also includes the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston and the University of Texas at Austin. The UH system is the first public university system in Texas to launch a temporary public art program. It's part of the 50th anniversary celebration of public art of the University of Houston system. The temporary public art program will commission pieces from world-renowned artists to be displayed at the 4 system universities. And as part of the UH Energy Initiative, a team of students designed a sustainable car for the Houston Art Car Parade. The collaboration between students from engineering, architecture, and art was an opportunity to apply what they've learned in the classroom for the real world. For the latest from UH, make sure to subscribe.
Okay, the 2017 Employee of the Year has been part of... Well, listen, we got to take all these all over again. It's my great honor to announce that the 2017 Employee of the Year is Denise.
My name is Bill Eminette, and I'm an Associate Professor of Exercise Science at the University.
You know, this is the People's Bill.
Who else do we need to add to this? Whoops, am I good? Dr. Morgan, did you wish to add the...
the moment it became
Explore a natural landscape, tour the new rec center, and meet friendly professors who are here to guide you at UHCL.
Obviously calculated. I'd like to ask this.
University of Houston system set out to raise $1 billion and did it 18 months ahead of schedule. Almost 179,000 donors have donated to the Here We Go campaign. Building on the momentum, the campaign will now go beyond the billion before concluding in 2020. The strategic focus of continued fundraising centers on scholarships, endowed professorships, and campus identity projects. Psychology professor Clayton Neighbors believes cognitive dissonance can help curb college drinking. In a new study, heavy drinking students give advice about drinking to younger students, and it's posted online. He thinks the heavy drinkers will actually then drink less because they won't want to be hypocritical of their own advice. And fueled by labor shortages, experts predict that robots will make up 25% of the hospitality workforce by 2030. Companies that embrace the new technology will have a competitive advantage, according to a new study by researchers at the Hilton College of Hotel and Restaurant.
I'd like to reconvene the Board of Regents meeting. The Regents met in executive session and heard a pre-litigation litigation status report, conferred with the General Counsel, and discussed other pending legal matters. No action was taken in executive session. Before I go to Dr. Couture, I recognize Regent Paula Mendoza, who's going to talk about a very interesting program.
Thank you, thank you. I just wanted to thank the university, Chancellor, and well, Provost Short is not here at the time, but I wanted to thank the university for really going out and supporting the Latino Art Now conference. It was planning in 2 years, so it took a long time. It is a conference that's held all over the country in different places, and the founder of this conference came to ours and was literally put back by all of the things that he saw around the city, all of the events that took place. There's a calendar in your bag that shows you how we got the community involved, how each college, each campus we have was involved, all of the museum district, our own public art committee was involved. We had billboards all over the city that were recognizing U of H as a sponsor for this conference, and it received worldwide recognition. And so I wanted to thank Dr. Quiroz as well from the CMOS program because she put it on, and thank the university one more time for hosting it and believing in the conference. And there's also in the UH History magazine is in there if you want to read a little bit more about it, and a UH alum that had a lot to do with the art that went around the city. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You can read it in the Houston History, which is published by the Welcome Wilson Houston History Collaborative. I didn't even know. Add it to his...
Very beginning, brought this to us and spent the time and gave the energy throughout the process to bring this to the campus. And
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Couture, do you have any further comments?
No, I don't. Thank you.
If there's no further business to come before the board, this meeting is hereby adjourned.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Chairman. David, do you have anything? Oh, okay. Are you going to that thing? Did you have names there?
Here's the extra bag.
Oh.
I got the I stole the shirt.
Okay. You want mine? He'll give me another one.
No, I'm good. Two's good.